Falling Walls Engage is about to begin. We wish you an inspiring day.
Falling Walls Engage is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Please welcome our moderator, Elodie Chabrol, Director of the Pint of Science Festival and freelance science communication consultant.
Hi everyone, I am beyond thrilled to welcome you today in the Science House, for the Falling Walls Engage pitches of 2025. Thank you. Keep that energy, please. Falling Walls Engage is a global platform for science engagement where we are not just breaking the walls between science and society, we are also bringing communities from all over the world. This year, we have 15 international finalists from 15 different countries. Please make some noise, finalists. They are extra ready. In total, we had 237 applications from 84 countries. So how did they arrive here? We, with the help of our 5 advisory board members, so raise your hand if you're a board member, we were able to pick the top 15. These outstanding science engagers are going to pitch today their project to the jury that I'm going to introduce just after, to try to be selected for the Science Breakthrough of the Year 2025 in the category Science Engagement. A big thank you goes to advisory board member, please raise your hand, Gabriela de la Torre Garcia, Anastasia Lobanova, Navid Sayed, Sarah Verstreten, and Vermont Washington. Thank you for picking the Engage finalists this year. My name is Elodie Chabrol, as you heard. I was finalist the very first year in 2018, so I know how wonderful and a bit stressful this can be. I'm really honored to have been picked today to go through the day with you. Falling Walls Engage is doing its 8th year this year. I've been there every year, and I'm really happy every year, but this year is a bit special for me because I got the honor to train them as well. A big thank you goes to everyone who has made this day possible. So obviously, the Falling Walls Foundation, and our partner, the Hannover Re Foundation. I think you can clap, yeah. It's the second year with a special focus on climate adaptation and climate change. Science engagement plays a key role to address these challenges, to fostering collaboration, inspiring action, and turning research into real-world impact. So enjoy an inspiring day, learn about the innovative work done by engagers from all around the world, have an amazing experience. And now I'm really happy to welcome our first speakers for their welcome remarks to the stage.
Breaking the wall to climate education through gamification. Grace James. Green Quest Innovations.
That was wrong. That is right. Okay, so I will voice in myself. Good morning, my name is Andreas. I'm the CEO of the Falling Walls Foundation, and I'm very, very happy to be with you because don't tell the others. There's a lot of pitch competitions going on, but this is my favorite. Okay. But that's our little secret. So, I will do 3 things now. First, I will be happy. Great. So, good job. No, I'm seriously happy you saw the map. This is a truly global thing. Thank you so much to the whole team, to all of you who are there. This is a fantastic lineup. I'm super thrilled to learn about what's happening today. So, second thing I will do is I want to say a couple of words of thank you. First and foremost, of course, to the sponsor and supporter of this session, represented here by our good friend Olaf Brock, the Hannover Re Foundation. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Without you, this would not be possible. Thank you, Olaf. Of course, I would also love to thank our distinguished jury, co-chaired by Melanie Smallman, all the colleagues here assembled, our finalists from last year. Where is she, Apple? Yeah, fantastic. Thank you for joining in. Thank you to all the jurors. Without you, obviously, that would also not be possible, so thank you. I'd also love to extend my gratitude to the advisory board. It has been announced here, and of course to our Engage Hub managers. By now we are up at 10 Engage Hubs globally, which is fantastic, growing ever since. So if anybody's here in the audience who likes what they see and say, hey, my country is lacking an Engage Hub, please approach us after the show. And of course, and finally, I would love to thank the finalists. Again, without you, this would not be possible. So thank you for being here. I really love to hear about your pitches. So I think I thanked everyone needed at this point. Third thing I will do, I will tell you for a minute why we are here. Can I see the next slide? So Falling Walls was initiated in 2009. This is our 16th edition. The overall idea was to celebrate the breakthrough spirit that radiates from November 9th, 1989. But for this country, November 9th is a day of quite historic gravity. In 1918, we abolished on this day the monarchy and established the first republic. Unfortunately, it did not stick. 20 years later, on November 9th, 1938, the Nazis took to the streets and burned down the synagogues, ushering in what would become the darkest years of humanity. We remember this day and commemorate this persecution because we are not just enthusiastic scientists with fantastic ideas of the future, but we're also responsible citizens of this planet Earth, and Falling Walls operates in this field of tension between the optimism radiating from 89 and the responsibility that 38 tasks us with. 51 years later, the exact opposite happened, and that's why we can be optimistic, and that's why we're here, because in 89 the wall came down. Many of you know that there are many things happened in the eastern part, the middle part of Europe. Fantastic involvements in Prague and in Warsaw, obviously, in many places, but the falling of the Berlin Wall is such an iconic and unique moment of optimism, of breakthrough spirit, of hope, peace, everybody united. This is our founding spirit. This is why we ask every year, what will be the next walls to fall? Because we believe with great ideas, ingenuity, and a can-do breakthrough spirit, everything is possible. And that's why we convene every year for 16 years to share the knowledge, to share the ideas, and to share this good spirit. So, and I always consider myself the CEO of an optimism factory, and the product basically are you guys and the new connections you will make today. That's it from my side. Thank you again to all the partners, the sponsors, the jurors, and obviously to all the engagers. I'm looking forward for a fantastic day. And now I will hand over the stage to our good friend Olaf. Thank you for being here as well. And thank you, guys.
Please welcome Olaf Brock, Managing Director of Hannover Re Foundation, the Bahrain branch in Manama, member of the Board of Directors of Hannover Re Foundation, and co-chair of the Falling Walls Engage jury.
Hello to all. I remember me saying last year, this is such a long title. Olaf is also good with me. So thank you very much, Andreas, and thank you very much for your kind words. It's such a pleasure to be here. It's the third time for me that we partner with Falling Walls. The first time it was in 2023 when we hosted the water school for school for getting access to clean water. That was the summer school for water security. And that was in Hanover, in a co-working space, and it was such a vibrant atmosphere. I still remember that. So that's really nice. And being here now sets another level. So on behalf of the Hannover Re Foundation, and I'm only a part of that larger group, I'm really proud to welcome you and to support this important initiative of what Falling Walls Engage is all about. Our journey as a foundation that began in 1991, focusing on art only. The foundation was set up as a celebration of 25 years Hannover Re existing as reinsurer. Over the years, our mission evolved, and since 2022, sustainability, and Lisa, we are part of that, an important part of that, become the second pillar of our foundation work. And today we are committed to both. Promoting the art and supporting efforts to protect life and environment. And they do it very well. I can say this, I came from Bahrain to here. And what we do in Bahrain is we work together with an art institution, and that fosters the visibility of making climate change visible to the larger group. And that is really helpful. I can tell you this by my own experience. As a foundation as such, we are closely connected to the world of reinsurance. I'm born and raised as a reinsurer, so, and we are deeply aware of the risks posed by climate change and biodiverse loss. When I came last year, it was after Easter, from Germany via Riyadh to Manama, and the plane was going to land, the pilot said, "Dear passengers, I'm not really sure whether I can do that because there's a massive weather cell going down." And we had to go back. The plane was hit by 3 lightning strikes. I don't have to look at the paper, I know this by heart. Yeah? So we had to land, had to spend one night at a lounge in Riyadh airport, and the next time we flew back to Manama. And everything was underwater because of the UAE floods. You might recall this. You might remember here in Germany, it was more Valencia, what you have in mind. Yeah? But what happened in Valencia over 3 days happened in Dubai in 1 day. They are still, I was in a reinsurance conference last week in Dubai. We have say this, we have a loss we have to cope with. There's a water plant damaged by water, difficult to think of, right? The water in this, because of the clay area, is still, or this water plant is still 1.80 meters below water. So the loss adjusters going there have difficulties to estimate what this loss is all about. That is difficult for us because we have to adjust this ourselves, have to prepare for all that. This is where when climate change becomes really visible. Yeah. Our partnership with Falling Walls Foundation for this is a perfect match. And Andreas, you mentioned this already, we are 3 years now together. And last year, we committed ourselves to work together till 2026. I'm really so happy about this. And we believe in this strong collaboration, education, and innovation. Together, we want to give back to the future. That is the slogan we have as our foundation, give back to the future. And science engagement, from my perspective, is key to that. I mentioned the summer school of for global solutions for water security, and now we became the exclusive partner for Falling Walls Engage. And those 15 scientists, I will keep myself brief on that. Melanie is going to follow me. I'm so excited to see this. And when we came back from the opening remarks, they were just amazing. You could feel the spirit in this room, and also, I guess we will experience this here as well afterwards. It's such a great audience, although it's difficult to see with this, with the lights. Yeah. What unites all of the 15 pitches we will see today is shared belief that collaboration, inclusivity, innovation are essential to solving the challenges of our time. By centering local knowledge and integrating science and technology, these projects empower individuals and create real impact and passion. One maybe final remark, if I may, Christina, I know the time. You might recall that we had 5 weeks ago, it was the Global Health Day, Cleanup Day, Global Cleanup Day, I guess it was called. So I asked my team, let's do a family event out of that and go to the beaches and clean the stuff. And we did that, but when you go there, honestly, this was my true belief. I did not know where to start or where to end. I couldn't believe about the plastic waste all around those beaches, lovely beaches, yeah, but plastic everywhere. And there were lots of bushes around where the plastic got stuck into this, and we had our bags and tried to get the plastic out of that. And when you do this, you know why plastic is such a difficult thing to clean up. It's, there were little bushes, and we tried to grab the plastic bed out of that. It was there for weeks, months, years. It broke into thousands of little pieces. And I was one of 200, 300 people doing that. And when you see this, then you know what climate change, and so why it's important to, let's say, have an eye on our planet and keep it really, and take care of it. This said, I close my remarks. I'm happy to be here on this amazing audience. Thank you very much for this warm welcome. Andrea, thank you very much for Falling Walls, for having me, and I'm very much looking forward to the hours to come. Thank you.
Please welcome Melanie Smallman, Associate Professor in Science and Technology Studies at University College London and Chair of the Falling Walls Engage Jury.
Oh, wow, thank you. You really can't see it. Just to warn the presenters later, you cannot see anybody in the audience from up here. Maybe it's my glasses. No, they're not the problem. Right. So expect to see a dim room. For those who are there in the dark, welcome. I'm extremely happy I'm extremely honoured to be the chair of the jury again this year for Falling Walls Engage, which has the reputation of not only being the best competition in Falling Walls, but also the noisiest. So I was hoping that would work. Very good, very good. So keep the, we can do better later, but that's a good practice start. So I have been asked a few times to give a sort of, the brief is to say something relevant and uplifting at the beginning of the day, and I kind of feel under a bit of pressure, and so I thought, what am I going to talk about this year? I've talked in the past about my own research and some of the things I was working on, but I thought that this year, maybe I would talk about something that one of my colleagues and friends is working on, and something that I think a lot of us are kind of interested to think about. So the picture that I've put on this slide was part of my job, I guess. I attend the Labour Party annual conference each year, and this was outside my hotel in Liverpool on my way to conference. It was more about compliance than it was about the science. So this, deep conspiracy about vaccines. And so it got me thinking. So next to that, there was also some anti-climate signs, and it got me thinking about what's the connection between these? Is there a connection? What's going on when people have these conspiracy theories that seem to be anti-science, and what can we do about it? And so my question for today is, can we listen through the wall between climate science and conspiracies? And what I found was some research which one of my friends and colleagues, and I think he might be watching remotely, so hello Gabrielle, if you are there, this is your research. So he has published a paper in Nature Communications which has been looking at exactly this. What are the connections between different conspiracies? Are there connections, and how do people think about them? And I think the kind of sort of shocking take-home message from what he's been looking at is that people come for climate conspiracies and leave with anti-vaccine conspiracies. So they are deeply connected in ways that we don't necessarily see. So I'll tell you a bit about how he's been thinking about it and how I've been thinking about it, in the hope that it will help you think about it. So I think, you know, there are loads of conspiracies, and it sometimes feels like there's this growing distance between people who buy into these conspiracies and those of us who are perhaps more attached to scientific explanations of the world. I picked a few there. There's, you know, the idea of the pandemic being a scam, that climate change is a scam, that we should be worried about the trails coming behind aeroplanes, that they're not condensation, that they're actually chemicals that governments are spraying on us or on the clouds to change our thoughts or to change the weather, depending on your point of view. And I don't know if this was a thing in Germany, it was certainly in the UK, is that the 5G, the communication towers, are doing things to us that we should be concerned about. I don't really understand, but apparently that's a worry. And in the spirit of 2025, I asked AI to draw me a picture of a conspiracy theorist. And it came up with this, which is not very complimentary. So they're these tinfoil hat wearers who believe in aliens coming from outer space to alter our minds, and conspiracies and so forth. This will be relevant later on. It's a horrible drawing. So, and we have talked about trying to break through to audiences who might be skeptical of scientific explanations in Falling Walls before. So the Falling Walls Engage Breakthrough of the Year in 2021 was a project where scientists were training community representatives to talk about vaccination. So, you know, really understanding that it isn't just a matter of information transmission, it's about trusted sources and about community, solidarity and connecting. And then this year, I've got a picture of Apple and her coral from last year, but last year and this year, all of the finalists are developing ways to connect people and engage them in climate science. So already at Falling Walls Engage, we're kind of ahead of the game, where lots of people think that the task of engaging with skeptics and conspiracy theorists is about debunking myths. Already we've kind of got it, right? That's not the job here. There's something else going on. So the question is, are they connected? Does it matter that some people are thinking about vaccination and other people are thinking about climate in these kind of conspiracy ways? And this was a story from Malta, of all places, where quite a senior, a high profile, that's the word I was looking for, prominent skeptic of vaccines, of COVID vaccines, is now getting involved in this idea that the trails, the contrails behind aeroplanes are something more suspicious than just condensation coming out of the back after burning fuel. So Gabrielle's research, this Nature paper, which is really interesting, he embedded himself actually in anti-mRNA vaccine protesters, chemtrail activists in the US, in Germany, in Switzerland, in France, and online. So I've known him for a while, and the past few years he's been living amidst these you know, friends and family who are, well, probably not his friends and family, but people who are conspiracy theorists. And his point is that having studied how these people are thinking about these issues and how they're connecting them together, is that they're not coincidental connections, they are significant connections, and that the two sets of conspiracy theories share very common features that allow them to speak to one another and cross-fertilize, if that makes sense. So, yeah, and his point is exactly what I said right at the start, is that anti-vaccine activists often, they get involved with anti-vaccine activism, and in the process find out about other conspiracies that are connecting them together. And the things that he has found and that he points out as the connections is that in the first instance, they're about imbalances of power and a sense of powerlessness against big governments or big corporations. They also see the individual human and the human body as being under threat in this process, but also a way of resisting these big corporations and big governments. So all you've got is your body, and therefore we're going to control what goes in it. And similarly, the Contrail slogan is, they put these, this is from the US, I think, look up. And they're using the human body to look into the sky and recognize for yourself what's happening and what other people aren't telling you. And the thing that's kind of really interesting that he found is that actually these people aren't anti-science. They use science and citizen science approaches in particular to gather data and to gather evidence to back up their conspiracy theories. And his argument is that while we might not agree with this and we might think that it's nuts, they may be revealing something that we're missing by not paying attention to them. And that perhaps by really engaging with these topics, they are creating sort of creative connections that resonate with people, which we may not understand or appreciate if we don't actually pay attention and engage with them. So he puts it in an academic way, I'm afraid. We need to embrace and work with the entanglement of science and lived experience if we're to have useful dialogue with these marginalized groups. So I think, just to end and to go back to my AI-generated picture of the tinfoil hat, or in German is Aluhut, is that right? Aluhut. Perhaps instead of dismissing the people who believe in conspiracy theories as sort of crazy tin hat wearers, instead of making tinfoil hats to block these unwanted signals, perhaps we can build better channels for listening so that we can really pay attention to what one another are saying and hopefully bridge that divide between how people are making sense of the world so that we can build a better world together collectively by listening. So that's where I wanted to leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Olaf. Thank you, Andreas. So before we start, I would like to introduce you to this year's jury members. So please wave when I say your name. You see their faces here. We have Melanie, as we just met, Melanie Smallman, Olaf Brock, Apple Puyi Chui, which was the winner last year, sorry. Baden-Bode. Yeah, I think you can clap them. You can, yeah, please, thank you. Evrin Bunn, Mario De Leo Rinkler, and Abraham Mamela, Jeanne Rubner, and Gilana Sheets. All wave. Big applause for the jury. I know all you want is to start now, so just before we do that, I have the rules to tell you. So you will hear the name, the voice is going to tell you the name and the project of the pitcher, and then we're going to welcome them on stage. Okay, so we're going to clap like crazy to make them feel really the energy of the room. Every presenter has 5 minutes for the pitch. After the 5 minutes, a sound will indicate that it's over. the traditional Falling Walls sound. After the pitch, we're going to have 5 minutes for the jury and the audience to ask questions. So please raise your question marks during the time you have on your seat, normally a little card with question marks. I will try to find the questions. A mic will be handed to you. Obviously, I'm going to give the priority to the jury, but audience, if you have questions, you can always ask them during the breaks if we don't have time to ask all the questions that we want to. At the end of the question, again, we're going to hear the knock-knock sounds, and then the round is over, and a new pitcher is going to be called on stage. Okay. We're going to start. I think we can have a big round of applause for them because they're probably very stressed. Thank you. So the first session is on digital tools for the climate, where citizen innovation meets science communication to show how technology can engage audiences, spark collaboration, and scale solutions. Science engagement connects people and knowledge to drive smarter adaptation. And now, the first pitcher.
Breaking the wall to climate education through gamification. Grace James, Green Quest Innovations, Nigeria.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So where I come from in Nigeria, we like to say a lot of riddles. So I'll start with one. What is one thing that grows the more you share it, but absolutely disappears when you hide from it? So while you think about that riddle, I'll go ahead with my presentation and come back for the answer. Now, how many of you like to play games over here? Or has played a game before? Nice. How many of you have played a game on climate change before in the past? Not very much. So you see, there's an opportunity. Now let's step into the world of Sarah. Sarah is an 80-year-old girl I met in 2023 during a climate advocacy program. And she said, have you noticed there have been a lot of floods lately? I think the world is ending, but I would love to get married before the world ends. And just like Sarah, there are millions of youths out there that are scared because of climate change. According to research by the Eco-Anxiety Program by Susty Vibes, an NGO back in Nigeria, it says 66% of Nigerian youths feel climate anxiety. And the crazy thing is that they don't even know that they're experiencing this. And also globally, 85% of Gen Z say they're worried about the climate. Young people are scared of climate change, and eco-anxiety is a real thing. Our breakthrough is Green Quest. Green Quest is the first climate agency game in Africa, meaning that we're turning fear into action. And we do this through 3 main steps. So we have the action zones within the game. These are screenshots from the game. At the action zones, the players get to play the game in a futuristic world. So we're talking 2030, where climate change is at its peak. And also we have nuggets in the game that teach them about fun facts on climate change. Also, the exciting part is the fourth site, where they actually get to act. So over here, you see where they can actually support advocacy programs, where they can volunteer or vote during their gameplay which program that they would like to be part of. And another awesome thing we're building is the impact dashboard, where they get to see the impact of their project. So they also get to see how many CO2 gases have been removed, how many trees planted, and much more. And now the fun thing about this game is we're using adaptive AI, so it means that every player's experience is different. So based on how they play, we get to tailor the difficulty levels and actually show them things that they're really interested in. Now, already, we've started creating impact. We've been able to impact over 1,500 children through our advocacy programs, where we go to the physical schools and also virtually. We've also been able to remove over 3 tons of plastic waste in collaboration with NGOs. We've planted 50 trees. So over here, you see a school where we piloted with, and we're able to plant trees in those schools. And we've also seen a 40% increase in climate literacy during our post-survey after the programs. And we've also been featured online on DW German TV, Guardian newspaper, and much more, based on the impact that we're making. And also, if you see in the pictures, you will see the children with furniture that they were raising. So that's actually made from plastic bottles. And then over here, you see the art that they created from plastic cans. So we're making it very fun, interactive, and enjoyable. So learnings in the future. We noticed that children actually really enjoy peer recognition. They love it when they are superheroes in their own little community. So we saw them actually forming eco teams, even in those schools, even when we left. And we also learned that learning with gamification is fun and exciting and actually drives community. The road ahead, we plan on launching the game globally. So by this time next year, everybody should be able to have Green Quest application on their mobile devices, which will be fun. And we also plan to scale to over 1 million children by 2030. Our breakthrough is we're solving for climate anxiety, and we're giving everybody agency, an opportunity for Black people, people of color, and everybody to feel seen, heard, and feel like they have power and autonomy. So back to my riddle. One thing that actually grows the more you share it is agency. But anytime you ignore it, everybody becomes like walking zombies, and we're consumed by fear. Thank you very much.
So questions? Yes. Hi. Wait for, yeah, the mic is coming.
Well, that was amazing. Great presentation. I just wanted to have one quick question. How do you select communities or schools that you want to go to?
Okay, so right now, we're leveraging a lot of partnerships because some schools have more advantage than the other in terms of like electricity, access to the internet. So what we do is we're collaborating with NGOs, and then we look through the different communities around, and then we see which ones we can approach, and some of them that need more access like electricity, we're able to like partner with an NGO that can provide that, so that way we're able to do the advocacy programs in those schools. But in the future, we plan on releasing Green Quest even on like Google Play or iOS Store, so literally anybody can play the game.
Can I follow up?
Yeah.
So you need Wi-Fi, internet access, and electricity for the game?
To download the game
Okay.
on your devices, you do need internet access, but we're also building an offline version, so regardless, just like you play Candy Crush, you can still access the game.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome presentation, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
There's a lot of research on how people engage with different either games or graphic novels and how the characters look like. They need to engage with the characters. Can you tell us more about the characters in your game?
Awesome. Okay. So here, just want to quickly show you. So we actually have our character. Her name is Nicole. She comes from the tribe. So I'm Igala from Kogi State in Nigeria. So we actually modify our characters based on like how we look. So in the future, we also would love to develop more characters so we can drive more representation. Just like I was speaking to one of my finalists over here, I was talking about the opportunities in Portugal and how we can actually create characters that also look like them as well. So yes, we take that very intentionally. We create our characters based on the target audience that we're serving to make sure that there's inclusion. Thank you.
Yes, Abraham. And Olaf after.
Thank you, Grace. This is an exciting project.
Thank
I'm
you.
just interested in how you came about in creating the storylines and, the characters themselves. Who were you working with?
Okay, that's great. So growing up, I loved playing games a lot. I had a nickname, they just call me Gamer Girl, basically, because I played a lot of games with the boys. And so that was where I started gaining interest in games. And while I was in school, I got to learn about climate change. And I realized that a lot of people they couldn't connect. They didn't understand what climate change was. So I decided to basically use a medium that I love so much to tell stories of underrepresented groups. So I imagined, if climate change is something that people sometimes can't see right now, what if they could see a futuristic version of what climate change could be in the year 2050? And I actually wrote the story showing how a young girl, her name is Nico, goes through a futuristic world where climate change is at its peak, and you as the player have to reverse climate change by doing certain things within the game, whether it's sorting plastic waste or cleaning up the ocean. And interestingly, we recently partnered with WMO, which is World Meteorological Organization, to create a level, like an action zone on flooding. So that way, it shows how climate change affects land, water, and like whatever part of the ecosystem. Thank you.
We have 2 more questions, I think. if we can fit them.
Thank you very much for the great presentation.
Thank you.
When it comes to the app as such, when you download this, is it for free, and do you have to buy it? And if you buy it, do you have to, let's say, pay a certain fee on a monthly or yearly basis? How do you fund all the work that's associated with the development of such an app and keep it fancy over all those years?
Okay, interesting. So right now we're running a freemium model. So the most part of the game is going to be free, accessible to everybody. And the reason why we're able to do that is because of partnerships. Like I mentioned, recently WMO funded certain parts of the game. So it's free. And then there's going to be like, within the game, players, just the way you play Call of Duty and you can buy skins, buy weapons, there'll be options for that, which is optional, but everybody can still experience the game with a free model. And then if you want more content or more advanced versions, you can also pay for that. So that way we keep it very sustainable. So regardless of grants, we still have a way of keeping the game running. Thank you.
And with 5 seconds remaining, I think that's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now let's find out who's the next presentation. What's the next presentation?
Breaking the wall to citizen-driven AI. Karen Verstralen, Civil Belgium.
Have you used ChatGPT this week? Or maybe another tool with AI? You're not alone. AI is everywhere these days. In Flanders region in Belgium, 90% of citizens now know about the term AI. However, a lot less people can really explain what it means. And at the same time, there's also a lot of concern about negative impact of AI. And these different challenges is where our project comes in. Our project Amai is a Flemish word, and it means something like, oh wow, oh that's amazing. And we also want to amaze citizens with this project by the possibilities of AI in society, and together with citizens we want to create positive societal projects with AI. Now, how do we do this? We engage citizens in every step of the process. We work in 4 teams. One of them is climate, and we also work in health, mobility, or work. And we start with asking citizens about their ideas. So we ask them, how do they think AI could be beneficial for them in their daily lives, or just in a broader sense for society in one of these teams? And with these rough ideas from citizens, we then organize co-creation sessions. And these sessions, we bring together the citizens with experts in AI, but also experts in climate, for example, or in health. And we bring them together to work on these rough ideas from the citizens, these initial ideas, into something more concrete. And then the more concrete ideas, we then use as a starting point for a project call that we open. And we open this to researchers, organizations, companies who want to develop some of these ideas of the citizens into a real, actual application. And we have this project call, and then there is a citizen jury that decides which of the projects are actually funded and have the chance to be developed. And then a number of solutions are developed, and also there that we use a citizen science approach, or the project teams use a citizen science approach in their development within these topics. Now, of course, we cannot expect citizens to just come up with an idea straight away without any background in AI at all. So what we do is also we do some sensibilization on AI and education on AI in different ways. We have different approaches. One thing we do is we attend events where we just go and talk to people about their concerns, about their ideas. But also we have some elements like an interactive booth that we take to these events to engage people. We also have teacher packages that we develop for teachers to use in schools. For example, on ChatGPT or other topics of AI. And we also created an AI card game. This is the game that we created. And the idea of the game is that you, by playing all the right cards, you start to build your AI solution. There are cards on data, there are cards on ethics as well, for example. And by collecting all the right cards, you build your AI solution. And if you're the first one, then you win the game. So I have this with me today. So if anyone's interested to have a look at it later, just come and find me. Now, for the numbers of our project, we have gathered over 1,000 ideas from citizens so far. And 35, we grouped these ideas into clusters of similar ideas, into 35 clusters of ideas of similar topics. We have 84 projects proposals that have been sent in, and 17, so these have been judged by a citizen jury. So this has been a physical jury that came together to really discuss the project in depth. And also an online voting where citizens could just vote on their favorite projects. And then 17 projects have actually been selected and developed. There's one example which is litter monitoring with drones. And in this project, citizens can fly drones to detect litter near a river in Flanders. Some other examples have been monitoring of bee populations using smartphones or wildlife cameras for people's gardens. And these have all been very successful projects that have come originally from ideas from citizens. Now, finally, what we quickly realize is that if we want to include everyone, if we aim to include the general public, it's very difficult, and you will automatically include mostly those already interested in AI or in technology or highly educated people. So we had different strategies with a Street Theater Act, or we worked together with an organization with low literate people to really capture also those more vulnerable groups. And all in all, for us, it's just very important that every voice is heard and everyone realizes they can think about AI, and it's not just for technical people only. So for us, AI, it doesn't just stand for artificial intelligence anymore, but also for all included, all intelligent, and all informed. Thank you.
Mario, already start the mic over there. Yeah, I didn't even have time to say, do we have questions? We already have the question mark raised. Amazing.
Thank you, Karen, for that. For engaging people, in particular in artificial intelligence, it's very important right now. I have two questions. After you have decided which projects are being developed, who develops them? And can you tell us an impact, a scenario, or one example of something that has been developed and deployed?
Yes. Sorry, what was the first question?
Who develops it?
Who develops?
Yeah. So these are project teams. So they are all consortia of existing both a technical partner and a societal partner. So in the example that I showed on the drones, so this was like an organization that works in climate, and it was also a research group that worked together to develop this application together. Sorry, what was the second question?
Can you give us an example of something that's developed and deployed, its impact?
Oh, yeah.
I think a full example, yeah.
Yeah, so another example next to the drones, there is, for example, on bicycles, they developed a tool for bicycles where people can capture the quality of the roads with an application on their smartphone, and then people can really use their smartphone, put on the bike, and they can go around on their bike, just biking, and then the cities, they can use this data to like know what to be changed on the bicycle lanes.
So we have one question here first, and then, yeah.
It's me, thank you. Thanks for a lovely presentation.
Thank you.
My question is, I'm conscious that AI and data are very energy and water intensive, so it could be part of the problem rather than the solution. So how are you thinking about that in the project?
Yes, that's a really good point. For us, this is not the main focus of the project, but it's definitely something that comes up in conversations with citizens. We've had workshops also on ethics, for example, and these are also topics that are then being covered. Yes, yeah.
We had one question here.
Hi, Karen. Thank you for the presentation. So my question is, first, I want to understand the solutions that you develop. They're usually community-based, or are they national? And if they're not national, how do you scale them up?
They are, Flemish, so it's like a region in Belgium, yes. It depends from every project to project. So some projects, for example, the example of the bee monitoring, they work together with really one community in one town to start working there, and then they will scale up. But this is, for this they have to look for like the future funding after, like we usually, it depends on the project. Yeah. But we don't have the budget to like really scale it up. It's more like pilot projects sometimes. Yeah.
Any more? Yeah.
Question following up on what Mario asked, Karen. Thank you for the presentation. Also from my side, you brought up examples with the drones, bee bee monitoring and all those things.
Yeah.
Those are examples. They are already deployed, up and running.
Yes. Yeah.
So how does it work?
Oh.
Do you get a feedback whether it's successful, or will you have to work on that? Just so, are you still in communication with projects being up and running? Do you still engage with them, or?
Yes. We form a bit of a community of these projects, and we always come together every 2 to 3 months with these people who develop the projects to share updates on what is going well, what is not going well, and after they finished, we just stay in touch. Yes.
Thank you.
Do we have time for another question? The jury is good. No. Oh yeah, okay. Otherwise, I was going to the audience, or just like.
I was just going to ask about funding. So how do you raise funding for your projects to scale them up or to make it more accessible?
We receive our funding from the government, well, the Flemish government. Yeah. We are part of they have an AI policy plan, which is mostly focused on research and industry, and they have a small pillar on more like sensibilization and outreach on AI, and we are part of this funding pillar.
A very quick question, last one.
You talk about general audiences and you're asking citizens, but do you divide them by age groups or by communities?
Initially, we had like general audience, but the project has been running for 4 years, and every year we had like a different focus. So 1 year we had like a focus on teachers, and then 1 year we had a focus on like more low literate groups to focus more on them. So it depended a bit on the year of the project.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Karen. Yes. So let's discover now what is the next presentation and who's the next picture.
Breaking the wall to classrooms with global connections. Jessie Hildebrand, exploring by the seat of your pants, Canada.
Thank you, thank you. All right. I was born in Toronto. Like Berlin, it's a city of millions with well-funded schools and near endless opportunities to explore and learn. My school field trips took me to the museum to meet dinosaurs, to the zoo to interact with animals, even across borders to get a broader appreciation of the world around me. My parents did one better. If I was interested in literally anything, they took me to the library to take out more books and documentaries than I could possibly carry. So believe me when I say I've seen everything David Attenborough and Steve Irwin have ever done. They were my heroes. I had posters of them on my wall as a boy, I kid you not. In short, I had an extraordinarily lucky childhood. And this is the problem that I want to solve, because every kid deserves to be as lucky as I was and to learn from the best and brightest, no matter where they're born and no matter their parents' income. Our solution, as a two-man team at Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, is to bring the expertise and fun to classrooms directly. We run 30 live, free, interactive broadcast programs every single month with the coolest scientists and explorers on planet Earth, all recorded to YouTube so they can be watched anywhere by anyone. We bring the Falling Walls experience to the kids of the world. Since 2014, we've run 4,000 programs on every science topic imaginable. We've met scientists diving at remote research outposts in the heart of Antarctica and others living on the seafloor for 100 days in undersea research bases. We've talked to NASA engineers that build robots that explore other worlds. And we've talked about climate live on the ice with Polar Bears International in their Tundra buggy. It is all as fun as it sounds. To give kids themes to follow along with, we do big months on climate, space, biodiversity, oceans, and more. And every February, we kick out all the dudes and spend the entire month solely showcasing the most amazing women in science worldwide. Our programs are 45 minutes, so they fit snugly within a class period, and a full half of that is dedicated solely to questions. And kids don't know what not to ask, so the questions can range anywhere from, what's your favorite fish, to how do you justify space exploration when there's poverty in the world? And there's a form of magic in that. It is so amazing to witness firsthand. To keep things equitable, we prioritize classes from small, remote communities for the on-camera, more interactive spots. And I love every year when we get Mrs. Paget's class in Cherokee, Texas, population 175 joining us, with half the school attending, screaming with joy, asking just the best questions. So what has our impact been? Since we've begun, we've had 1.5 million students register for our programs and as many again watching in on YouTube. We've had broadcasts from 113 countries in all 7 continents, and we now have 7,000 educators that get our newsletter weekly. Some of our teachers have joined us every year that we've been operating and come back 40 times throughout the school year. And we've run surveys so teachers can let us know what they think, and the verdict is in. And it's pretty good news. 99% report their students as enjoying our program and having fun, feeling more knowledgeable by the end, that they plan to come back again, and that they'd recommend us to their colleagues. That's a popularity level that puts us close to like chocolate and puppies, which is we're thrilled to have as a nonprofit, believe me. When we ran that Mars rover program, Mr. Hancock's class in Ontario asked for my address and sent me a Lego model of the rover, which now lives behind me in my office on screen for every single broadcast that I do. And when we ran Backyard Bio, a campaign getting kids out exploring the nature near them to take photos of what they saw, Ms. Michael's class in Illinois sent me a bound book of all the photos that her kids captured. These programs touch people. And it's these intangibles that I love the most, because our classes take what we do into places I never could have conceived. Like Ms. Carton's class here in Alaska, who's one of many that insists the speakers stick around after so the kids can gather around and take a picture with a projector screen, scientists as virtual celebrities. When we ran an art campaign getting kids envisioning a brighter, greener future by 2030, we had 2,700 submissions from kids across Ukraine, including some at the front lines with the most hopeful, beautiful messages you can imagine. And unbidden, our classes have collectively raised over €10,000 in support of conservation charities the world over, including, remarkably, Mr. Chris's class here in Michigan, who raised €525 by themselves to build homes for injured wildlife in Costa Rica. So this is my pitch. We love working with anyone who wants to bring science to the world to foster more understanding and to make it a better place. It's what Falling Walls is all about, and it's why it's such a privilege to get to be here on this stage. But what our work underscores is that anyone, as an individual, as an organization, can make a tremendous positive difference just by sharing their stories. Thank you so much. Hello.
Hello. Oh.
So many questions.
Okay, let's start with, Jenna, because let's start with the ones that didn't get questions.
Hi.
Thank you so much for sharing about your program. I wanted to know what grade levels is your programming at, and then how do you select the schools?
Yes, so K through 12, but our bread and butter is grade 3 through 8. So that 8 through 13-year-old audience is perfect because they love everything in the world and everything about it, and they're very excited all the time. And we pick them, so when we do our newsletter, we put out all our programs every single week that are upcoming. Classes sign up, and they can either go for an on-camera spot where they're literally in the broadcast, or watch on YouTube, and YouTube's unlimited, so we can get as many. We've had 15,000 people for Jane Goodall last year come and watch in live. So for picking on camera, if we have more classes than can possibly fit on camera, we prioritize those small classes. If Toronto and Cherokee, Texas come on, Toronto kids have the options that I do, so we make sure that the smaller classes get those opportunities. Thank you.
The next question.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
I was wondering, how do you measure the impact besides number of kids and classes?
Yep.
Are there any numbers about, this convincing kids to go into STEM or building their own solutions when it comes to environment?
I wish we had the funding to go beyond a two-man team and do heavy-duty studies on those sorts of things. So so far our impact has been sheer numbers and anecdotal things like classes coming back for 11 years in a row, like giving things like books and sending them in. We'd be thrilled to partner with research agencies or universities to do something like that because it's a big pivot in Canada and around the world to highlight those sorts of things. It's not something we've been able to do yet because it's pretty non-stop setting up the broadcast. Thank you.
Yeah, you can, go and then.
Great project. I'm just interested in the process of your content creation. How do you do that?
We find really cool scientists, and most people say yes. If we reach out to Polar Bears International and say, hey, you can come on and talk to 300 kids and be really excited and we're going to have a great time, pretty much everybody says yes to that, which is really nice. And for classes, we reach out to them and say, look, we're going to do virtual field trips with the coolest people in the world, and for free. So classes are pretty keen on that element. And then we're really informal guys, so we just say, hey, you want to talk on November 7th? And they go, yeah. And then we set it up, and we make a program, we send the link to the classes, they come in, done. Try to be easygoing.
Thank you so much. Is this connected also to the curricula of the schools you're working with?
So there are different curricula across the full breadth of Canada, United States, which is the bulk of our audience. We try to do our themed months where most classes are doing those themes. So we do space in October, November, when you have a bunch of space-related programs, biodiversity, forest, climate, oceans in like April through June when classes tend to stick to those. We can't target everybody. We just don't have the capacity to do that. But that's been our bread and butter since we've been operating. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse, for reaching these communities that are very far away and can't get these activities otherwise. My question is that research shows that hands-on approach leave more to the people that are receiving science. Yeah. So how do you bridge that gap when you're just showing videos?
We don't really, and nothing beats hands-on experience. Like there's literally nothing that beats going to a museum or a zoo. We try to make it where it's exciting to begin and get kids jacked up about, again, climate, space, biodiversity, oceans, whatever. And then we do highlight resources that they can do to keep the learning going. When a community group exists that can provide those hands-on opportunities, we do. Two-man team again, we'd love to have the capacity to do more things like that, but it's simply outside of the realm of our ability. But it is very, very important. Thank you.
Thanks. Interesting project. I wondered, because I'm conscious that the internet is global and remote communities exist, particularly in the global south. Yep. And I wondered if you'd thought about, why is your decision to focus on Canada and North America, and what's the potential to reach other communities?
We'd be thrilled to reach other communities. So we're both Canadian, my partner and I, so it started a lot in Ontario where we began. So word of mouth is the way we got most of our schools. Every time, this is for all of you that want to talk to me, if you know community groups and schools around the world, our dream is to reach more classes. We've been getting a lot of Indian classes, which are the most keen students in the entire world. Nigerian classes have been joining us this year. And we do broadcasts in several languages, including French. We've done Norwegian, Spanish before, as long as we have a host. So our dream is to reach more kids, and please hook me up, talk to me if you have options on how to do that.
One last quick question, a quick answer.
Sweet.
Honestly, I think the previous question kind of covered what I was going to ask. I was going to ask about the language problem, how we're going to expand it from English to other languages.
Yep, so because it's the two of us, it's been 99% English. When we have French, we have a lovely woman who comes in and does our French hosting when we do programs with Parks Canada. We need a host. There needs to be someone like me who's the hype man for the scientist that gets people excited. It's a central element of what Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants is all about. And the more people that want to join us, the merrier. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And now on to the next presentation.
Breaking the Wall to Women-Led Climate Technology. Eunice Adewusi, Klimiradi Roberts Foundation, Rwanda.
The sound of rain used to be a lullaby in my neighborhood. But today, that same rain brings fear, floods, blackouts, and pollution. I remember swimming in knee-deep water just to get to school and watching my asthmatic friend struggle to breathe as pollution worsened. Across Africa, millions of women and girls suffer worse than this reality. Climate change has rewritten our stories, and we now bear the brunt of a crisis we did not cause. While climate change affects us all, it doesn't affect us equally. Africa emits just 3.8% of global emissions, yet we suffer the worst impacts. Like a Fijian woman once said, we beg the big countries, please just think of us. Another invisible crisis is the digital divide that cuts women off from digital tools, climate data, and opportunities. 70% of men on this graph means there are 244 million fewer women online than men. In sub-Saharan Africa, women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet, and they make up just 28% of the STEM workforce. And if you ask AI to show you African youth learning about climate innovation, it gives you an image with no women at all. That's how deep the bias runs, even in the data training our technologies. Where are the women? We still ask as we see the same pattern. At global climate conferences like COP28, only 15 out of 133 world leaders were women. At COP29, only 8 women spoke out of 78 government leaders, and just 4 mentioned the impact of climate change on women during the opening segment. Now, if the UN estimates that 80% of the people displaced by climate change are women, and they are still being sidelined in solution building, this is surely a big issue. That is why we curated Project AICA, a 6-month climate AI fellowship that empowers young African women ages 10 to 35 to co-create climate tech solutions. Our model runs in 4 phases. In the first phase, participants participate in community research where they interview locals and collect climate data. In the second part, they participate in a technical boot camp, learning about AI, machine learning, climate science, and the likes. In the third phase, this is where they get to build their prototypes tested with community feedback during the hackathon. Finally, in the fourth phase, this is where they present the projects that they have built and they eventually join the alumni network. With this, Project AICA empowers girls not just as victims, but as innovators through gender-responsive climate technology and community-rooted action. Our pilot ran in Nigeria and Rwanda, reaching 26 young women, 70% of whom had no prior coding experience, achieving an 85% completion rate, and also 65% of increased confidence levels that led to 7 scholarships and career advancement. Together, these girls built 15 tech prototypes, of which 3 climate projects were selected for further development, such as Ikimera, a multimodal climate AI platform that predicts crop diseases when farmers upload images, text, or audio about their infected plants to get agricultural diagnosis and recommendations. Bina AI, a WhatsApp chatbot that educates the users about UN SDGs and also offers project guidance to promote climate action. We also have Banana Guard, similar to Ikimera, that gives 90% accuracy for BXW disease detection. Here's the exciting part. 100% of community members that we interviewed reported intent to using these tools once they have been launched. Along the way, we learned powerful lessons that open source tools and community-led facilitation reduces cost while enhancing ownership and makes innovation possible even in low-resource settings. We also learned that innovation in Africa must be lightweight, flexible, and easy to deploy. We learned that when these participants framed their solutions around their stories, retention increased and innovation also increased. We also learned that community-first projects sustain longer as they are built by the people and for the people. We learned that in tackling gender taboos such as science is not for girls or tech is a male-dominated space must first start with storytelling, which is why we are publishing the AICA Anthology, a collection of climate stories and solutions by young African women scientists. We also learned that peer learning is power, where girls taught girls and communities taught us, which led to the building of AICA Labs, mini innovation hubs, where girls can come together to build climate projects, collect data, and share their climate experiences through art and media. With this, we plan to expand to Kenya in 2026, training 150 new fellows while sustaining our impact in Nigeria and Rwanda. We invite you to join us as we reclaim climate science as a language every woman can speak. Like we say in Kia, Rwanda, Murakoze kumyumva. Thank you for listening.
Right on time. So we have questions here, please. And yeah, Mario after.
Thank you so much for this great project. How do you ensure, I mean, you gave one example, I think, if I understood it right, that you have sort of people or that have participated in former projects that come to educate others, but how do you ensure that the knowledge, you know, stays in or is being scaled up in your network?
Okay, so after the program, we do not just leave the girls on their own. They join our mentorship program that runs for years, right? So they also join our community where we keep track of what they have learned. And then the exciting part is that these girls also become mentors. So because you know that retention lasts longer when you have somebody that you can teach. So these girls, from what they've learned, they also become mentors to future cohorts. So that is how we sustain the knowledge that has been passed on.
Mario.
Thank you, Eunice.
Thank you.
Thank you for empowering women.
Thank you.
You already answered my question, but then I'll go to a second one. Do you have any impact numbers on these new mentors that you have trained on how they have impacted women back in younger communities?
Okay, so if I get your question correctly, you're talking about how these solutions.
You have already trained women and
Okay.
they
The women
become
you trained.
mentors.
Okay.
Now, how many people have they impacted?
All right, so because our pilot has only run in Nigeria and Rwanda, which was in 2022 to 2023, these girls are still in the stage of just mentoring like their colleagues. And in future cohorts, we still have solutions that will be deployed in the communities for us to now measure the impact of them. But from what we've seen from the community interviews that we did, the women that we interviewed, including the farmers as well, they reported intent that they are going to use these tools. So for now, the girls are just mentors in the community, but for future cohorts, we would ensure that these projects, we're currently working with deep learning in Dabar. Our project was selected this year for Ikimera, and it will be deployed hopefully in the coming year. And when it is eventually deployed, we can now measure the metrics of how it has impacted the community members.
Thank you. Yes.
Great, thanks. Lovely presentation and an inspiring project, so thank you. I'm just curious as to why you've chosen AI rather than a sort of low-tech or lower carbon technology to train the women on. What's the thought behind that?
Okay, so AI is the future. I bet we can all agree to that. And also, AI is something that is widely known, commonly known as well, because these communities that we go to, they are in the remote areas. So these girls, they've heard about AI. When you ask them, because we ran surveys, pre-survey and post-survey, and one of the things they were interested in learning about was AI, which is why we decided to focus on the AI part.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm curious to know, because you said there are 3 climate projects select for further development. So yes. I'm wondering, what about the rest of the projects? And also, you mentioned that people intend to use the tool. So do you have any actual data showing how the tool actually help, and any feedback mechanisms for you to improve the tool further?
Yes, so thank you for that. So one of the edges that we have is that we build our prototypes tested with community feedback. So if you realize in the first phase, I mentioned how they participate in community interviews. So from that, we get to know the pain points of the people that we're building for. In the hackathon, this is where they impute what the community members have said, and then we eventually, while building it also, we also test it. We reach back to the community members. Do you think this solution is best for you? If you find this, do you think you can use it? So that is one of the edges that we have. So these projects have not been deployed yet. They are still currently being worked on. They are also currently under ethics review, because these are technical projects. So we need to ensure that they follow the rules, ethic rules, and everything. So they are also under ethics review. So in the coming year, we'll be able to deploy them and see the impact it has on the community. But for now, the community members are excited that there's a solution that can solve their problems. So yay.
So I think, really quick, yeah.
Are you partnering with businesses to give them any job opportunities now that they know how to code or do AI?
Okay, yeah. So I mentioned that, you mean for the girls or for the community?
The girls.
Okay. I mentioned that we have 7 scholarships and career advancement. So majority of these girls, because they are between the ages of 10 to 35, majority of them focus on education. So we have some of them after the program, they further develop their skills through technical boot camps at other organizations like the Lagos State Trust Fund. We also have them participating or getting scholarship to study outside the country as well to further their skills.
Perfect.
So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now it's already time to discover the last presentation of this group.
Breaking the wall to citizen frugal innovation. Litza Wohlfahrt, Fraunhofer Institute for Industrial Engineering IAO, Germany.
Have you ever been frustrated by a device that was too complex, that had buttons where you felt like, what does this even do? I don't know what this is. The amount of devices in our lives that are too complex is really frustrating and overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be like that. All around the world, there are simple solutions that have been developed, and it's often normal citizens, the everyday Jane, the everyday Joe, that come up with ideas for them. But that is only part of the picture, because there are also people in science and industry that are really enthusiastic about smart simplicity. The problem is that these two worlds are usually disconnected. And this is a problem because it can be the reason why citizens with great ideas fail. Sometimes they don't know how to go from their idea to a concept and to a prototype. Sometimes they have technical issues or they don't know how to scale their solution. And what we try to do in our project is to bridge the gap, to break down the wall, and in doing so, specifically reach out to people that are usually not involved in innovation, but could still have wonderful ideas, like this guy. We did so by connecting two fields of science. The first one is citizen science, and that is the field that invites people to take part in scientific projects, usually for like observing birds or butterflies or monitoring the traffic. The other field is frugal innovation, and that looks into how can we develop simple solutions that are also affordable and sustainable. We connected these two fields to what we call citizen frugal innovation, and we did so by specifically inviting people that are part of vulnerable groups that are usually not involved in innovation, like elderly people, the LGBTQ community, people working in operational areas, or families. We ran 2 idea competitions in total, and we were super happy to see that a lot of people from all around the world joined, and actually quite a lot of percentages of them were from underrepresented groups. And they shared wonderful ideas with us that we helped to proceed. And I can just show you 3 of them today. The first one is a little device that captures the heat from an oven so that you can use it to heat up other rooms in the house. The second one is a stapling system for pots so that you can save energy while you're cooking. The third one is a matchmaking platform that connects tourists to the local elderly community so that they can meet and chat and share a meal. So what does it take to break the wall to citizen frugal innovation? The first thing you need is awareness, because citizen frugal innovation can really benefit society at large. For example, one of the elderly groups that we worked with, they came up with the idea that helps you to, with a solution that helps you to find shade when it's really hot and sunny. And this is, of course, that also will benefit you and me. The second thing is attention. We often think that it takes a designer or an engineer to come up with a great idea, but that's not true. Normal people have great ideas too, and everybody can be creative if they have trust and inspiration and support. And in our creativity sessions, what was really amazing for us is that people enjoyed the methods that we showed them, but what they even valued more was that somebody was just paying attention and listening and encouraging them. So I want to invite you that next time when you're frustrated with a device that is too complex, that has too many buttons, take that as an invitation to try and think about something really simple yourselves. And if you meet somebody who's enthusiastic about a simple idea, sit down, listen, and offer your hand. Thank you.
So yes, we're going to have questions from Mario. And then you.
Thank you, Lisa, for bridging science and citizens. My question is, you select just some ideas to be developed. So one question is, how do you develop them? And the second one is, in science, something that doesn't work goes back to the drawing board. What do you do with citizens that their ideas are not developed to go back and get like the scientific method and try again?
Yeah. So the thing, how our idea competitions worked is it was like 3 rounds. And in between the rounds, we had a jury that selected the best ideas to go forward. And then we helped these good ideas to further proceed. So we developed some very simple methods based on the methods that we usually use to work with businesses or more experienced people. We make like very, very simple methods, and we help the people then to develop the idea further, to build a simple prototype. So we really work closely together with them throughout the different rounds. And then in the end of every competition, we had just a few ideas, of course, that were left. But we also, actually, we also encouraged some of the others to go forward, even if they didn't make it to the end. We also had some that we called special mentions that were so good, so that we said, okay, maybe we'll try and find help for you too, so that you can go ahead. So.
Hi, Lisa. I love the idea. My grandfather would love to participate in this
Yes.
one. And maybe my aunt may too, because they're all like innovative people. But how do you announce your application process to people?
It was, one of the main thing is we had regional teams. So we had regional coordinators in a way for the outreach. And these guys, the regional teams, they connected with local people that could help us to get in touch. And we used, for example, we worked with some ambassadors for the LGBTQ community, for example, or with some elderly homes. So we really got in touch with people who are very, very close to these communities. And so that we could get them involved and spread the word. And you know, because a lot about it is really encouragement and building trust. So you need the people who are already in the communities. And the good thing was that we had 2 idea competitions. So we ran a first one, and then we learned from it, and then we ran a second one. And what we changed in between, one of the things, for example, is that we gave more power to the people within the communities. So first we said, please make the connection, and then we kind of take over with your support. And the second competition, we said, okay, you do it, okay, and we help. We help you as good as you can, but you run it. And because they were very different. And then they were done very differently for the kids, for the old people, and so on. But it was super exciting to see. And yeah, I loved that they had so many great ideas that they could share and that we could encourage them to do so. Yeah.
Do we have more questions? I think, Mario, yeah. You should have a personal mic.
Great. I'm sorry. Can you run us again through your impact numbers?
Yeah. Wait a second. Yeah. So we had 2 competitions and about more than 600 people joining from all over the world. And yeah, about 150 ideas coming in. Yeah.
More than that.
Yeah.
Have you built like the easy one, the one from the oven? Do you know how many have been produced and how many people have been benefited by science going through this process?
They're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
Because our idea was we invite normal citizens to take part and we connect them to the industry, and we make sure that industry is there by involving them from the beginning. You know, so we had somebody from the household domain, somebody from the travel domain, for example, as an industry coach who could actually bring it to the market. What we found is that the kind of the scaling strategies were just as diverse as the people joining it. So some said, this is a great experience, I don't want to go on. Some said, I want to grow my own company. Some said, I want to work with the industry coach. So it's really, really different, and their journeys are ongoing. So these things are not on the market yet, they're still working on it. But our project just ended, so this is quite recent, yeah.
Super quick
question
and super quick answer.
Yeah. Okay.
Question. I mean, what do you expect? How many? I mean, let's say in terms of products, what do you think in 2 or 3 years will come out?
From this, we hope to see maybe 4 or 5 of them in total. So the number of them at the very end is not very big. So 11 came out because of our strict collection, and we hope to see maybe 4. But this is only part of the thing. The other thing is really the encouragement and, you know, making these communities speak up and get involved and showing that it actually has a benefit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Can we have a big round of applause for the first round of pitches? Thank you. And while you're clapping, please join me in welcoming last year's Falling Walls Science Breakthrough in the category Science Engagement, Apple Pui Yi Chui. Hi!
Hi, yeah.
Welcome back on the stage.
Yeah, hi. Hi, everyone. Yes. So
Great to be here.
Yeah, so what's the difference being in a jury and here? Is it more stressful to be?
Of course, it's a huge difference. I still remember last year when I did it.
Here?
It was super stressful sitting there, out there somewhere. But this year, I feel like I can more like enjoy the environment, listen to everyone's great idea, which is really, really wonderful. But as a jury member, it's not that easy as well because there are a lot of obviously wonderful ideas and pitches. It's going to be very difficult to pick the ultimate breakthrough of the year.
So what's your best memory of last year?
Well, speaking of best memories, definitely is the people that I met. You know, last year I got to meet a lot of engagers of my year from all over the world. Being able to listen to their amazing project, that's really great. And I feel like, you know, Engage Us, we always call ourselves the Engage family. So last year I feel really welcomed. Everyone is so passionate and energetic as well. So it really makes this whole group very special, I would say,
So, and can you give us updates on your project and maybe present it in a sentence, so not just 5 minutes, like your project and the updates, what happened since last year.
So perhaps I'll quickly talk about what my project is about, so super quickly. So my project is breaking the wall to engage school in the coral restoration. So what we do is, in brief, we convert school into coral nursery. We allow the students, teachers to take care of the corals. After a year of the program, they have to return the corals, and then we will outplant them to help out local coral restoration efforts. So they are actually helping out in actual coral restoration efforts. And through this experience, we help the students build strong and deep emotional connections with our local corals, the marine environment, and in turn, it inspires action in marine conservation. And some exciting updates is that this is actually our 7th year of this program, and we have more than 2,000 students and teachers who join our program, and over 1,000 corals being outplanted into our waters to help out in restoring degraded coral habitats in Hong Kong. And we have a little dream, we are going to pursue that, is that we really like to have this project to be included in our science curriculum in the high school. The hope is that it's not just a science engagement project, but to really bring out awareness of environmental awareness across different subjects. So hopefully this can be a framework to be used by different subjects on environmental awareness.
Amazing, congrats.
Thank you.
Mom,
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me
This
here
was your
again.
name. Thank you very much for
you.
sharing the updates. We can always talk to you at the breaks. Thank you. And now, before the coffee break, we still have a few things to do. I would like you to welcome Sarah Verstraeten on stage. She was finalist 2024, and she's also advisory board member. Yeah, and she's here. I was like, where are you? Okay, welcome her, please.
Hi.
And I think you have a little interactive networking showdown for us.
I do. So thank you. Hello, everybody. You've been listening to all these amazing projects, and who's ready to play a game? Not all at once. Yeah, thank you. So I was last year one of the winners. Hey, Apple. And I'm on the advisory board, so it was a great honor to pick the 15 winners of this year. And I run a company called Koi, and this is what we do. We design and we deliver games. So now let's play. Ladies, gentlemen, and assorted eco-warriors, welcome to Change Manor, the pride of Greenleaf County. But disaster has struck. During last night's Save the Polar Bear ball, the Manor's legendary golden geoengineering globe was stolen. Your mission is to find out who took it before the Manor's carbon neutrality goes up in smoke. So, how will you play? I would like you to please form teams of 2, 3, or 4 people, all your detectives. Please try to do so with people that you do not know yet, so new faces. Find the 3 witnesses among the room. There are 3 witnesses that are wearing funny little hats. They will be moving around. There is one right there already.
Easy to spot.
Yes, they're very easy to spot. We haven't made it very difficult. Collect your clues and write them on your accusation sheet. The accusation sheets look like this. You can find them, I think they're spread among the tables. If not, we can come and hand you one. and bring your verdict to the accusation desk, so the stage. I will be waiting here, and the first team to figure out who committed this crime will win eternal fridge fame, for you to figure out what it is. Have fun. Thank you.
Thank you. And just before you go for the coffee, we have one last thing. I would like you to see Christina. So I think we have a slide for Christina, the head of Engage. Please scan the QR code. Go talk to her if you want to know how Engage is working and if you want to get involved. We're going to go for a coffee break. We're back at 11:35. Enjoy your coffee.
Falling Walls Engage is about to begin. We wish you an inspiring day.
Falling Walls Engage is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're caffeinated, sorry, it's a hard word, and happy. And also, I hope you played the game well. Sarah, please welcome Sarah to tell us who the winner is. Ooh.
Hello. So, that was utterly chaotic, which means I did my job right. I would like to welcome to the stage our two winners. Are you here somewhere? Yes! Give them a round of applause. Sorry, no, that's all right. So, can you tell us who did the crime?
It is Baroness Big Oil.
Exactly. So thank you so much for playing. And that's about it. I wanted to see, can I see a show of hands for everyone who participated? Just really quickly. Okay, well, thank you anyway to all of you. And I let you go.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, thank you, Sarah, for the game. It's time to start the second round of pitches. So this session is on data for resilient futures, and it's going to show how science engagement transforms environmental data and stories into action. Monitoring ecosystem, biodiversity, and urban change empowers community and policymakers to adapt strategies and safeguard nature. So let's find out who's the first presentation.
Breaking the wall to rural climate action. Jessamine Fairfield, University of Galway, Ireland.
Climate change in Ireland looks like this. Rising sea levels, intensifying storms, infrastructure that isn't really equipped to cope, and unfortunately, a lot of these problems disproportionately affect coastal and island communities. These are places that did the least to contribute to climate change, but are really on the front lines. And unfortunately, they're already used to feeling kind of ignored by policymakers, by government, and even by science engagement projects. So together with scientists, theater makers, and activists, we developed a project called We Built the City on Rock and Coal. Yes, that's a joke. which is a co-created comedy show that goes out to visit these communities and help empower their voices. We go all over the country, and basically each show is fully improvised based on written suggestions from the audience in the room. Nothing is pre-planned, so there are comedy sketches, songs, and even scientific presentations that are all off the cuff. This means each audience gets the show that they care about on the issues that actually matter to them. We've been all over Ireland over the last couple of years, thanks to support from Creative Ireland and Research Ireland, lots of coastal communities, including 8 offshore islands. And everywhere we go, we are doing these shows, but also citizen science projects and sustainability workshops afterward, to try to scaffold change in the community and support it. It's hard to talk about an improvised show without wanting to give you a sense of what it looks like. So I actually asked the judges to fill in some slips of paper before the show. I don't know what any of these say, and I'm going to try to, here, we'll choose this one. I'm going to try to interpret this using the funniest instrument, the ukulele, and we'll see where we get to. What has you, thank you, what has you worried about climate change? This says, lack of will by policymakers, misinformation, and lack of climate literacy. That's meaty. That's very meaty, a little bit depressing. So I think a good topic for the blues. Well, I woke up this morning and I felt there was no more will to take action about the things that cause our planet ill. Oh yeah, I've got the misinformation blues. It's too bad. Everyone's trying, but they don't know where to turn. Some of the things that we go try to learn aren't real. It's the misinformation blues. But if we work together, I think we can do better to weather the storm, no matter the weather. That's how we'll beat the misinformation blues. Thank you. Can you believe that was totally improvised? So we actually asked a lot of people this question, right? We asked them, what has you worried about climate change in every community that we went to, and we collected the results together. And a lot of the standard stuff came up, right? Like, people are worried about the environment, people are worried about the apocalypse, me too, and people are worried about future generations and how they'll experience our planet. But actually, by far, the largest category of worry that we found was societal response, right? Are we, as a collective, doing enough? And this is actually good news, because guess what? That's the one we can control, right? That's the one that we can act on. And we found that by going to these communities and just making space to have these conversations, right? We did surveys and we did interviews afterward. We found that both the audience and the performers who were involved in the show felt more comfortable talking about climate change after we visited. They also felt more confident that their actions mattered, that they could do something to mitigate the effects of climate change. And this is super, super important, right? Because building spaces where we can experience that connection, to nature, to climate research, but also to the people in our community that care about these topics is incredibly important. We're actually collecting some of the things that people wrote down and put into our show, and developing it into a policy brief to try to take these stories, not just honor them in the show, but actually feed them up to the highest levels in the Irish government. This is a way of surveying rural communities, but it's a really novel one, and it's one that actually increases empowerment rather than making us feel like we can't do anything. So to me, going out and doing these shows, talking to these communities and connecting them to each other, right? Not just talking about them in isolation, it gives us space to laugh, right? It gives us space to cry a little bit, because sometimes we need to. And then once you've had that cathartic experience, you can move forward, and then we're ready to act together. Thank you.
Well done. Let's be clear, it was improvised.
It was, yeah.
So, okay, let's start maybe here. Do we have a mic? Where's the mic? Oh.
I probably stole the mic from my ukulele.
Thank you for this wonderful performance and for a great project. Is there anything, you said you would put it together in a book. Is there any real impact that you've already seen, like communities that ideally after your show, would stand up together to do something against climate change?
Yeah, well,
examples?
it's interesting, right? Because I think one of the big things that we heard back from communities is that people often felt quite isolated in their communities and caring about these issues. And just by getting all the people in a really small community into a room to talk about climate change, there was this immediate impact. But I think also, you know, sometimes there was a perceived barrier that communities might have, like in Ireland, there's been a rollout of this recycling initiative that does local sorting of recycling on land, and a lot of the island communities were exempt from it for a while. It was like, oh no, that's too hard, we don't need to make you do that. One island community figured out how to make it work and get everything installed on their island, and even just going to other islands and being like, no, there actually is an example of how this can work. Can you talk to these people? Like getting the knowledge that already exists, but just connecting it to the right people. That's the main types of impacts that we've been seeing, in addition to, you know, behavioral, attitudinal type stuff. Thank you for the question, though.
Yeah. It's me. That was my question, by the way. So I know that was totally improvised because I didn't talk to you before. And I loved it because it was depressing, yet you made it so cheerful. So come talk to my kids, too, whenever I need to talk to them. So, okay, can you talk us through that process of putting that show in a little community? So you go select a community, then you go to a pub, perhaps, who does the announcement, and then how do you follow up with that community after?
Yeah, so basically every community that we visited, we would be working with a local partner, because I think this is the only way for something like this to work, right? You need to know both who is connected to people, like what is the appropriate venue within the community, and also like how to get the word out. I learned that a lot of these island communities, they have an island WhatsApp and everyone is on it, and it's like you can put posters up wherever. If you're not on the WhatsApp, it's not happening. So just making those connections, and then that also helped us in terms of follow-up, right? To be able to say like, are there more supports that you need? In some cases, because the project has run for 2 years now, we were able to return to places, or even just to connect them to other things that can support their work, because sometimes we didn't necessarily have the answers, but we knew who to tell them to talk to. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Jessamine, for well, improvising under pressure. And secondly, comedy can bring science deniers back into science, right?
Yes.
And you're working with scientists in training them to do this improvisation.
Yes.
I understand.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about what percentage of those trainees end up on stage, and give us an example?
Well, I mean, basically everyone who was on this project did end up on stage. So every scientist who wanted to get involved came up and took part in the shows, which if you think about it is a huge challenge as a science communicator, right? It's like, well, what topics can come up? I don't know, we can guess, but we're not really sure. So it was really training people to, you know, be able to access the full breadth of their knowledge without necessarily prepping a little speech. Which is a hard skill, but improv gives you all the tools in order to do that. And not from this project, but from previous projects that I've worked on, improv-based training, like people, once they've had that as science communicators, they can go on and do so much more in other projects, in other parts of their professional lives. It's a really, really empowering skill set. And the other thing too, for these communities, even if they didn't have a strong scientific heritage, some of them had a strong artistic heritage. And so that was something that we found we were able to tap into as well.
All right. Thank you so much for a great presentation and performance. So one question that came up just based on what you just said, about how many scientists have you trained in improv?
So for this project, about 10. Lifetime, I've trained about 400. So this is for me an adaptation and evolution of previous work that I've done. Yeah.
The next question I have is, you had mentioned using some of the insights that you've gained from this for policy briefs. So, you know, have you all created any policy briefs yet? Or have any actions come of that?
We have one in progress, basically, is the answer to that. We have one in draft form that we're circulating for a bunch of input from both professionals, people that have done this more than us, but also community members, because we really wanted to make sure that we are honoring the stories that people shared with us, but also sharing them in an actionable way. And it was a challenge with a project like this, right, where one of the things that came up a lot was like, the train system, can we make it better? And I'm like, ooh, like us as a comedy project, that's a little outside of scope, but who can we talk to about that, and who can we connect you to make that something that's more likely? And I think what's interesting too is like people are a lot more honest when you talk to them in the context of a comedy show than they might be if you come in and you're a government consultant. So the feedback that we got from people was quite different and hopefully useful.
Right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So now it's time for the next presentation.
Breaking the Wall, to people-driven urban intelligence. Lovro Concha Gamulin, Technische Universität, Wien, Austria.
All right. Whenever I get to a new city, I always ask people where to go and what to avoid. What I don't do is look at climate reports or data of any kind, because I learn more about the place from people than from any data sets. And I always wondered why urban planning doesn't work like this. So I spent the past 10 years studying cities, and I learned one thing. If you want to understand how climate impacts our streets, you must listen to people who walk these streets every day. Take Alexanderplatz. Some of you probably even crossed it today. Did you find it empty, exposed, uncomfortable even? Well, if you did, you're not the only one. Because with no greenery, no shade or weather protection, Alexanderplatz becomes a heat island in summer and the wind corridor in winter. Its design makes climate effects even worse. And in cities everywhere, climate adaptation is driven by data. But the way a place feels stays invisible. And we do measure the climate, don't get me wrong, but not how heat affects the way we move or how a sense of comfort decides where we want to spend time. So what this all means is that for too long, there's been a wall between how cities are designed and how they are lived. So at city layers, we break this wall by measuring how places actually work for people. And we do it in 3 simple steps. So first, we engage people to share their experience of the city. And to map what really matters, we look at different layers of each place, like heat, accessibility, shade, comfort, and even trees and benches. So all the things people instantly see or feel about the climate. Then people use our digital mapping tools to document this. And the tools they use are super simple, and they actually give us a lot of data, which allows us to measure how a place actually feels. And this is where individual experience becomes measurable evidence of climate impact tied to a certain place. So finally, our interactive maps bring all of these layers of data together into what we call place intelligence. And this is essentially knowledge about places that cities need and use for climate adaptation and for people-driven design. And these are not just ideas. So we already reached more than 10,000 people in city mapping projects across Austria, Greece, Croatia, and beyond. We've mapped heat islands with health-impaired people in Vienna. We documented mobility barriers with the visually impaired groups across Austria. We even collected ideas from thousands of children to improve comfort on their way to school. Now, we always prioritized underrepresented groups to actually be able to put climate vulnerability on the map. And in Greece, our approach was used to regenerate a vital city park in Kalamata. And we invited all people to map microclimate, shade, and movement. And we were able to turn their opinions and their thoughts into a clear community-led roadmap for improvement. These heat maps show exactly how climate and how climate change appears in specific spots in the city. This is the reason why City Layers brings a new and a better way for understanding our cities and for shaping them in the future, because it happens together with people. And now in this spirit of collaboration, we built City Layers as open science. Through our 3 prototypes, 30 cities and more than 10,000 people, we learned how to make it super simple for everybody to access urban knowledge. And this is huge because at the end of the day, it's not just cities that have to adapt to climate change, it's essentially all of us, right? And we've shown real impact through citizen science awards, 7 research projects, keynote speeches, publications, you name it. But most importantly, through countless community engagement activities. And during this time, we learned that architects and planners need us as well. They need our help because they're legally required to involve communities in most of their projects, but they often don't get it right. And being an architect myself, let me tell you, we're not trained to talk to people. We don't know how to do it. We're not good at it particularly. But when they don't do it right and when they fail, they actually face severe consequences like public opposition, frequent project redesigns, and costly delays. So what started as a research project now became a TU Wien University spin-off, where we actually help cities, where we actually help architects and planners involve communities into design and involve communities into climate adaptation. Because I genuinely believe that we all hold vital knowledge about our cities. So guys, if you care as well, please join us and let's break every wall to people-driven urban intelligence together. Thank you. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. So, the sigh of relief.
Oh, yeah. It
So
was
we
in
have
one breath.
questions. We have questions there. Please, can you
Oh,
get
yeah.
the mic? Yes.
Thank you so much. I have a question regarding the transition from your project to the real urbanism in that sense. Are the layers somehow connected? And then second question is, how is the engagement of the people who are participating really torn into that? No?
Oh, yeah.
Because this is always a problem in urbanism, I think.
Oh, 100%. I mean, for the first question, we really tied to the early days of the SDGs, even where we found that like we have global problems like mobility, climate, pollution, and so on. But the only way to actually tackle them is through like very localized and site-specific solutions. So we actually use our city layers concept as a romantic concept kind of in the beginning to kind of contextualize these problems related to mobility, for instance, or in this case to climate change, into a set of easily understandable indicators or layers of our cities and of our places that anybody can understand and map, you know? So that was kind of the idea in the beginning. And we actually found that like the data that we are collecting and that we have collected thus far can actually be used as a basis for spatial interventions, like we did in Kalamata, like we did in Greece. So this was a way for citizens to actually be involved in urban planning in a better way. And it's not just a romantic idea, because when you look at public opposition as a topic, it's a huge topic in Germany, in Austria, in all of Europe, in all of the Western world, for instance. The thing is that you have a quarter of housing projects experiencing public opposition, 33% of energy projects, and up to more than a half of all big projects. So people do care about their surroundings, and we can translate actually their thoughts into actual solutions, right?
Well, thank you for the presentation and the idea. I really like it. I'm just wondering, because you use heat as an example, and I know like heat map you can actually collect from satellite photo, and then you will know how the heat allocate, etc. So, and then you also mentioned you collect like how people feel actually in the places. So I wonder what differences the response you receive, like from the heat map, you know that particular spots are hotter than others. Then did the questionnaires actually give you additional insights of those? Yeah.
Oh yeah, the difference is actually, in our opinion, huge. So we really focus on subjective knowledge as an equally valuable counterpart to like whatever we measure with our devices. Like a thermometer can actually tell you how many degrees Celsius is it here. But I think each and every one of you could probably tell you more about perceived heat and perceived like feeling of temperature. And this is how we actually measure perceived climate resilience, because it's not only about heat, it's about wind flow, it's about surface temperature, it's about materials, it's about how we perceive anything. And like connecting heat to a sense of like duration, how long are you walking? This gets really important over time, especially for people who have health impairments or something like this. So this is how we measure how a place actually works and what are the needs of a certain place, because it reflects on the needs of the actual people who are measuring it, right? So yeah.
Well, you had my go for
Sure.
I make it short. Govo, have you the action when it comes to city planning?
Oh yeah.
Is this action you have to take, or based on, let's say, the society you have been working with, have you been actively approached by city planners, for example?
Oh yeah, 100%. So our team, we worked already for 4 years. We all come from city planning, urban planning, and architecture, so we are in the industry, so to speak. And we were approached by city governments, we were approached by architects, and for instance, placemakers as well, who are known to do participatory planning approaches, but they don't have the tools, and they don't necessarily have the know-how, right? Always, because like connecting city mapping as a concept, which is known already, with new digital tools and new digital approaches makes all the difference. So we know that we can, for instance, not only license our tools, because the tools are the embodiment of our approach, right, of our methodology, which is unique. And we can only not license these tools, but we can also license the data afterwards, which gives us a huge flexibility, and we can decide, all right, we as a team of researchers now decide to measure this in this spot. And then we license the data to anybody who actually needs it, right? Yes.
Thank you for bridging transdisciplinary approaches.
Yeah.
My question is, you're requiring citizens to give you variables to benefit citizens.
Oh,
But
yeah.
what are they learning about the science behind this on urbanism, architecture, public spaces, and climate change?
They're learning a lot about spatial data production. They're learning a lot about data literacy, about understanding location data, maps, and the knowledge that was previously only for GIS experts now is accessible to everybody through city layers. That's our idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, one second.
All right. I wanted to stay now.
No. So let's find out what's the next presentation and who's the next speaker.
Breaking the wall of drought and water pollution. Karina Fonseca, the Technical University of Cotopaxi, Ecuador.
I come from Ecuador, and I want to show you a typical landscape of the Andean region. Here we have the páramos. Those are important ecosystems because they provide irrigation water, job for local communities, and food for us. But here is the paradox. Large-scale agriculture depends on this resource, but it pollutes it. As a result, fertilizer, pesticides are impacting key crop production, such as potatoes. Potatoes are a key for the Andean cultures. You may say, why not to include irrigation water management? Probably in developed countries that is popular. So we have scientists, we have decision makers, and they can use this kind of fancy equipment to measure variables such as stress crop or water flow. So it could be a solution, right? But this is a problem for developing country. Could be expensive, and they are designed for specialists. And we have the wall with our local communities, which are usually excluded from these strategies. So our project, Open Science in Water, okay. Could you turn the volume, please, a little? Yeah. Open Science in Water, it is focused on irrigation systems. So we use open source equipment that has been designed by students, researchers, and professors. So we started with 3 pilot communities, but now we are crossing Ecuador. So now it is time to listen from our communities.
Bueno, con este equipo que sacó la Universidad Técnica de Cotopaxi, nosotros sabemos que cuando el agua está contaminada y cuando el agua no está contaminada.
En nuestros celulares podemos detectar en qué momento no podemos regar o en qué momento sí podemos regar el agua como riego en nuestros cultivos, en nuestros terrenos.
So, it has been a really long journey. We started in 2017 implementing strategies to improve the water quality. However, we learned that it was most important first the setup of water quality monitoring system. So our first challenge was to include or to engage, in this case, stakeholders, for example, decision makers. So now we are working not only with municipalities, we are also working with governmentals and NGOs. And here, about the surprises. You know, to work with the communities, it is challenging. So for us, we had to include first 3 communities because they weren't convinced in participating in this project. But now we have received more and more communities that want to enjoy to this project. So with this equipment, we can not only measure water quality parameters, but also we train them. First, to understand how is the water. Second, to know to teach them when they have to irrigate or not, and finally to know how to in a way to improve the water management together. Thank you.
So, do we have questions? Yes, can we get go here?
Great presentation. I'm just interested in the numbers of people you've empowered and the equipment that you've distributed.
Yeah, so we started with 3 communities, local communities. Usually they organize in irrigation boards. So each community has about 20 people at least. So first we work with 60 people, and now we have practically across Ecuador, they are looking for the solution.
Thank you so much. I'm curious, how was the reception of the people in the communities? Not only the ones that participated, but also the community, because it's a big community, very strong, as I know it from Ecuador. But how was the reception there?
Yeah, in the beginning it was very difficult because in a way they know that the products that now, the water that they are using to irrigate the products, in a way they can be polluted, and they didn't want to show to everyone about this problem because of the trading, the market. So, but we started showing them the benefits to understand about the water quality, to improve the water, and then they also can go not only in Ecuador, but also the idea is to export the products to meet the quality. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, a really interesting project. I just wondered if you could just say again about how the technology is originated. So do the farmers and the landowners get involved with identifying the problem and developing the tech, or is it such a problem that there's no need for a discussion about it?
Yeah, okay, first related to the technology. Okay, so if we want to buy this equipment in Ecuador, it's very expensive. If we buy here, it's totally different. So it was the first challenge. So in our university, with a group of engineers, professors, and teachers, they develop by themselves, and we test with products, like commercial products, and we got the same results. So because it's something easy, but something easy probably here in Europe, but then when you move to Latin America or in developing countries, it could be a challenge. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Carolina, for taking care of water quality for agriculture. 2 questions. So the first one is, you are all using open source.
Yeah.
But still the equipment looks very complicated. So can you tell us what the difference between the commercial cost and the cost of the equipment that you're providing? That's 1. And 2 is, you detect polluted water.
Mm-hmm.
Then what happens with policymakers? What change have you been able to make?
Okay, so for example, this equipment, if we buy from Europe or United States, it costs about 5,000 euros, you know? And the problem is the bureaucracy. It is not just to buy this. We need to wait at least 4-6 months. And then if we build by ourselves, it costs about 1,200 euros. So here actually is the electric engineer, is Paulina, is over there. Paulina, here's there. She's actually the brain of the project in a way. So first, and the second, yeah, this is a huge challenge in Ecuador because first we don't have a monitoring system. So first we need to implement that. And then if we want to discuss about solution, the decision makers want to see what is about the problem. So it was our first challenge to show them with scientific evidence that we have this and we need that. So we are in the first steps. We are implementing now in Ecuador this monitoring system. Mm-hmm.
Do we have more questions from the jury? So, but that's audience. If we don't have any questions from the jury, maybe a question from the audience? I don't see where someone pointed. Yeah. It's behind. Okay.
Thank you. What kind of compounds are you measuring in the water, and where are currently the limitations? So what would you like to develop in the future?
Yeah, sure. Okay, first related to the sensors, we measure pH, that is basic for irrigation, electrical conductivity, dissolved oxygen, and I think I missed one, temperature for sure, and solid, something related to solids. So those are basic for irrigation. For sure, we have a lot of limitations, for example, related to heavy metals. So for now, we have been working with some of them, but yeah, we are still on our way.
Thank you. I think we don't have more time for questions, so thank you very much. Thank you. Go back. Take it. And now it's time for the next presentation.
Breaking the wall to resilient circular cities. Bum Tuk Ko, Neutral Lab, Vietnam.
Hi. Finally, I'm here to talk about making the invisible issue visible. Real change only happens when we remind, engage, and act together. Every year, humanity produces more than 500 billion plastic bottles. I thought they are being recycled over and over again. But what's this? According to 2021 statistics, less than 6% of plastic waste was recycled in Hong Kong. Worldwide, 80% of plastic bottles end up in landfills. So we have to do something to show people what is going on. As global population grows, waste is becoming ever more critical. We all know this problem, but awareness alone is not enough. To create real change, we must remind, engage, and act together. So we, three architects from different countries, developed an adaptable system to build community pavilions with discarded bottles. At its core is the 3D printable joint system, which connects bottle caps with a curved body at variable angles. With this joinery system, the bottles can be aggregated into a full-scale pavilion. And each pavilion can reflect local traditions with its form and patterns. We collaborate with NGOs and researchers who help collect bottles and secure site and organize workshops with local participants. Our framework is ready for 2 workshop series. The first for design and second for construction. Here is the visualization of our first prototype at Tamar Park in Hong Kong. Made of up to 10,000 bottles, it creates shade for community gathering. It stands as a reminder of shared responsibility, turning the pressing issue into a public beauty. After 1 year, the installation will be disassembled, every part recycled or reused for a new life. After pilot project in Hong Kong, we aim to expand this initiative to worldwide. Each pavilion will be unique, rooted in local tradition, reflecting the identity of its community. We welcome invitations from anywhere in the world. We are ready to lead workshops, on site or support remotely with our skills and experience. Together, we can build a global network of upcycled community pavilions, enduring symbols for collective action and local pride. Thank you.
Mario raised a...
Thank you for bridging circular economy and the arts. My question is, these plastic bottles still are degrading as they're part of a pavilion. How do you stop those microplastics in getting into the ecosystem?
It's a difficult question. First of all, it's a temporary installation, and we are timely limiting the impact, negative impact on the environment. But we will also consult the experts on this further.
Melanie, yeah.
Thanks. They looked really beautiful. What I didn't understand, were those graphics drawings, or were they, sort of renderings, or were they actual photographs? So have you made these pavilions already?
We haven't made, they are 3D models.
Okay.
And we are aiming the first workshop next year, June, in Hong Kong, to make a first prototype.
Apple.
So thank you. It's a wonderful idea. I'm just wondering, so if the installation tends to be temporary, like after 1 year they have to disassemble and recycle, and I'm wondering what message you try to deliver using the pavilion installation design. What message you gave to the general public? Yeah.
The message is like reminding, because people forget or they are not informed enough. Like me, myself, thought the bottle jar recycled perfectly, but it's not. So first thing is to inform people and remind people about this issue. And another part is to the participants in the workshop. It's also like an educational journey for them to participate in this workshops.
Yes,
Olaf. What I very much like is the combination of art and sustainability. Yeah, that is a nice combination. But those artworks, the lifespan of such a thing, yeah, it is, what is it, a year, half a year? And what do you do thereafter? I mean, you recycled it and it became a piece of art. Now, after 3 years' time, what do you do with all those thousands of bottles when they are not used as a piece of art anymore?
The bottles must be recycled or reused as usual other bottles after the installation. And the joineries can be reused for the next installation in other countries.
And if you allow for a follow-up question on that, is that assured? Do you only do this piece of art if those who pay for it and let's say, show it somewhere, that they assure that they are really properly, let's say, looked after the piece of art is not a piece of art anymore?
Yeah, we hope that we can continue to other cities, that we get invited to do it in other cities. But for now, we cannot promise that we can reuse it for somewhere else.
Thank you.
Apple, yeah, Apple.
Just some follow-up questions. There are actually a lot of installation using plastic bottles. So what makes your design special in, for example, the message that you deliver? What makes it special in your particular installation?
In Hong Kong, we are already holding some workshops, similar workshops, to build something out of waste materials. But we want to scale it up and put them in the public space that should be useful for the people as well. And I believe that the size of the participants and size of the pavilion itself has something to do with the size of impact. So we want to try to build as big as possible and as many as possible around the world.
Maybe just a comment, because there were very hard questions from the jury. I think it's a very good connection also between sustainability, of course, but also climate change adaptation. No, this is something that has to be highlighted, I think.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you believe we are already about to listen to the last presentation of the second round? It's
Breaking
really
the wall
gone
to
fast.
protect monumental corals. Simona Montano, University of Milano Bicocca, Italy.
I'm not crazy. It's when you realize that time is over that you start to realize what important things in life are. And for us, nature is. Coral reefs, one of the most important ecosystems on our planet, home to more than 25% of the marine biodiversity, providing resources to nearly 1 billion people, are simply disappearing. As we speak, already about 50% has been lost. And the remaining 50% risk to disappear in the coming decades, mainly due to climate change, with the anomalous increase in seawater temperatures. Among the millions, billions, trillions of coral colonies that are dying and will die, we risk losing the largest, the longest-lived, the most resilient and most iconic coral ever, the giant coral. In fact, although corals grow slowly, sometimes less than a centimeter per year, and are highly vulnerable to environmental changes, some of them has been able to grow for centuries or even millennia, resisting to any form of disturbance and reaching colossal dimension. They are definitely the largest animal on our planet. The largest animal on our planet. Their value is priceless because they preserve the information from the past, but could also reveal the secret of their resilience useful for the coral reef of the future. Furthermore, thanks to their uniqueness, they could also become new symbol of conservation, the heroes of our ocean who can spark a greater protection of nature. They are the redwoods of our ocean. Would you accept losing the largest and the tallest trees on our planet? If the answer is no, you should never accept losing the largest coral in the world. But how many are there? Where there are? How big and how old? This is Map the Giants, a project that aims to change the narrative of coral reef conservation. It's a citizen science project that, with the help of everyone, you included, sea and nature lover, regardless your or their backgrounds, aims to map and find and map the largest coral colony ever. Study them from a scientific point of view to depict the mysteries of the resilience, and finally, the dream. Just as we do on land with trees, we would like to transfer the concept of monumental organisms from the land to the ocean, transforming them into the first marine monuments. So far, in less than 2 years, the project has gone from being a single country-based project to reaching a global scale. We published several scientific papers. We successfully concluded a crowdfunding campaign, thanks to which we realized our first scientific expedition. We did more than 30 public events and brought giants out of the ocean through virtual reality. We established many new international collaboration with group of volunteers that are embracing the project and helping us to finding giant corals. Moreover, as we cannot stop here, actually. This is for us is not enough. We must find a way to protect them because they represent a natural heritage for all humanity. And since they are at high risk of extinction, and their discovery could be just only a sad testimony of our inability to find them, we are building 3D models to create a virtual museum, to freeze their presence on our Earth in the human memory forever. And for irreplaceable organisms that perhaps settled down when Christopher Colombo was starting to discover the American continent and are still living, I feel that we have the moral obligation to protect them as true marine monuments. Because for them, the time is really over. Thank you.
So questions? Yes. Do we have a mic? Someone? Thank you.
Thank you for this great project. Do you have any idea how many people you will need to involve, and how you're going to do sort of the mapping of the communities in order to get your plan accomplished?
Yes, it was not a joke, say everyone. So this is, we honestly start in Maldives where we have a marine field station, but the project in a few months got a global scale, audience. And we cannot explore all the ocean, even if we may even improve technology that may do that one. Number of people are a lot. We are trying to extend our contacts in many countries. Now we have reports from more than 20 different countries. Some of them just only reported. Some other people are part of NGO, other institutions that are embracing the project and are searching giants for us. So how many people is not be possible to make a numbers, but I would say a lot. But any of you that will be in the sea in the next months, year, whatever, they may practically provide the submission, because we have a functionally website where learn to the methodology and how submit the presence of a giant coral colony.
Simone, thank you for saving our oceans. My question is, you talk about everyone and citizen science, but I see people that need to scuba dive and that need to take measurements underwater, very particular measurements, height, dimensions. That is not easy. So what kind of guide are you making so that the regular citizen is helping on your project?
Okay, that is a very good question. So what we are doing, of course, on the website, providing also a protocol how to measure. And most of the coral colonies may even live in the shallower water. So scuba diving is not a mandatory requirement. So the first thing is actually even snorkeler. So you eventually have to swim. But it is only part of the project because the potential possibility to create 3D models and create what we call a virtual museum, interactive virtual museum, may be able to increase the number of people that be part of the project, exploring eventually the data that we are going to collect, suggesting other data that we may even collect, and in the best scenario, some of those data collection we dream it will be live data collection.
Hi. Apple here. I really love your project because it's on coral. So I have two questions for you. So you map the giant, which is great that you map it. I'm wondering, do you have any information, say how many of them are being lost in previous years of bleaching events? And second question is like, they are of course the most iconic one, but they are not dead, right? We are talking about global climate threats and we are risking losing lots of corals, but they are not dead. They are survivors. They show resilience, so they're good till now. And yet the message is to protect them because we cannot lose them, but they are the resilient ones. So it seems like the message is a bit contradictory, is it?
It depends, but if you're looking how is fast decline of the coral reefs worldwide, and replying to your first question, I would like to give you a number of giant coral dead, but 100% there are. We are already organized a scientific expedition in Maldives. I can tell you how many corals. Much more big single coral colony, much more bigger of this room has been found recently dead. So they are resilient, but probably, and they hide the secret that can be used for future coral restoration technique. But how much they are resilient and how strong they could be in the future to resist to what actually will be an increase in intensity and frequencies of these heat wave events, we don't know. Our fear is exactly that one, that they will die before that we are going to discover which is the biggest, or even study them enough to save the other coral reefs.
We have one last very, very quick question.
Yeah, it's sort of a follow-up too. Do you have some set of criteria for people to become coral mappers?
Absolutely no. So we have a criteria to define a giant. Okay, that means a threshold of at minimum 5 meters in the longest two-dimensional length. So much more bigger than where you are now, and then have to be potentially a single colony, so or the skeleton or living tissue connected.
And then let's discuss it.
But yes, because just looking into the map, they may found a lot of giants.
Perfect. Thank you. So I will come a bit closer to you now because we're preparing for a panel, yes, as you can see behind me. So now it's time, before lunch, to have a panel on pathways to trust in science engagement. It's a 30-minute panel. I think we could probably discuss that the whole afternoon, but we're going to try to do it in 30 minutes. We want to show you the variety of what science engagement can be. And it's fantastic to have such an international panel with us today and to see the global spirit of science engagement and of the community. And this is exactly what Falling Walls Engage stands for, fostering international collaboration through its network, especially the Engage Hubs. You're going to discover some tonight, which bring together practitioners or organizations worldwide to bring science close to society. So to do the panel, to moderate the panel, I'm going to ask Carrie Boyce to come on stage, please. So, yeah. So you were one of the finalists and you were a winner in 2023. Two. I keep on saying three. Yeah, two, sorry. And fun fact, Carrie was the first engager to undress on stage.
That's not happening today, though.
So yeah, you can always go back to the video. So I hand it to you.
Thank you,
have a good panel.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Pathways to Trust, building sustainable futures through science engagement. Very casual, very chill, easy topic to talk about and solve in 30 minutes or less. We won't. I just want to start with a caveat. This is a starting point, I hope, for more conversations throughout the rest of the week around how we can foster and rebuild trust in science. Why do I want to talk about this today? Well, I don't know about many of you, but none of my emails have been finding me well lately. Not this year, not last year, not several years before that. In fact, I started the year really spiraling into a pit of anxiety as I watched science erode in the United States and around the world and things. And then I was reminded that it's my job to convene experts and talk about it and come up with hopeful solutions. So that's what I've been doing. I spent much of the autumn convening different panels together to have longer conversations about this big, juicy topic because, well, for a lot of reasons, but this summit in particular, I noticed, talks a lot about building sustainable futures. And that isn't just about new technologies and new research and data. That's part of it. But I find that the impact is always going to be limited if we don't figure out the society component, right? And we've really got to think about building relationships and fostering credibility and collaboration between science and society. Because coupled with the increasingly rapid pace of development and the multiple global crises we're experiencing all over the world, if we leave the societal portion behind, the results can be ruinous. So who am I? Yes, I was on stage several years ago. Yes, I did take my clothes off. Spoiler alert, there was another outfit underneath. Otherwise, they would not have let me back. But I'm Carrie Boyce. I'm the Executive Director of the Royal Canadian Institute for Science, representing, you guessed it, Hub Canada. And at RCI Science, we focus on engaging adults with science and scientists to spark curiosity and build confidence, not just in the facts, but in the people and the processes behind them. We also train researchers to be better communicators. Youth engagement is really important, yes, but I maintain that if we neglect to engage adults, who are the voting demographic, whose decisions every day have huge ramifications for public health and the climate crises and the adoption of new technologies and on and on and on, then we're in real trouble. And so I mentioned I've been having these conversations throughout the year, but those conversations have mostly been from a Western context. I am from Northern Ireland originally, lived in England 12 years, moved to Canada 8 years ago, hence the confusing accent for anyone who's struggling. But I'm really excited to have the opportunity to check my blind spots today. And bring together science engagement leaders from around the world, from multiple continents, working to bridge these gaps within their own cultural and environmental contexts. I'm hoping today that we will learn and see how trust is earned, how it's tested, and how it's renewed through community-based engagement initiatives. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. Mario Andres de Leo Winkler, representing Engage Hub Mexico. We've got, yes, Mario asking all the hard questions today. Sylvia Mwendia from Engage Hub Kenya. Hi, Sylvia. And Badine Borde from Siemens Stiftung and this year's Engage jury. Thank you all for joining me. I want to begin by just kind of setting the scene and asking, what does trust in science look like in each of your respective contexts? How do people experience science in everyday life, and what might strengthen or undermine that trust? Mario, we'll start with you, and actually we'll just go down the line.
Okay, well, thank you, Carrie. It's a pleasure to be here with Badine and Sylvia. So how does it look like? I'm from Mexico. How does it look like in Latin America? We do the Mexican hub through Central America and the Caribbean. I think we have this wonderful public university system in Mexico that allows people to experience science through several outreach and engaging activities. I can tell that there are several experiences like that in Argentina and Brazil, where you have public universities, Africa too, working Europe, but not necessarily the US, for example. But what we do it's like very low, it's very sigillous in the sense that we bring science to places. The metro system, Mexico City, is like the biggest museum in the world. It's not in your face, for example, so we're doing it at a street level, and I think that makes science creep in. I can give you the numbers, for example. 90% of Mexicans and Argentinians believe that climate change has a direct impact on their lives. So it's a majority of the people, 90%. 80% for Chileans, 78% from Brazilians, and 70% for Peruvians. That means that science is reaching people in Latin America, but we need to engage them one-on-one.
Hi.
All right, I guess I'll go next. Thank you, Carrie, and my fellow hub manager. So science engagement in Kenya, I would say it's developing. What we have seen, there have been formation of several government agencies since around 2013, and just these are really looking towards improving science engagement. So you see, we have innovation weeks, we have competition in the schools, but despite these initiatives, you still see there's a disconnect between the science and the society, whereby science is more tied to this quite narrow, I would say, perception of or concept of development and certain metrics which are used to measure development is, and not always people's lived experiences. But despite that, we have had successes. You will see in the case of science journalism really creeping in, and also in case of where I work at Mawazo Institute, where we support African women pursuing PhDs on the continent, we have exciting film screenings on AI, we have quiz nights, we have debates and conversations. So you will see it creeping in, even social media being that avenue. Yeah, so that was what science looks like in Kenya.
So, hi. Unfortunately, I can't talk about Europe as is, or Germany, because I'm working in Latin America and Africa too. But I'm very happy to have you here also to have this context. I'm working in education, so I will give the education context somehow. No, so what we are doing is to engage, or to try to engage students from the very early age, no, to get a sense of what is science actually about. No, and many times we notice that not only in the schools but also in the whole communities there is a lack of understanding what is actually science. Science is all around us, no? And this is what we try to show, and this is also something that is somehow missing in what science education also is about, no? And this trust in science is somehow not there, because we have an example here from today. You know, we are talking about climate change, and we are talking about polar bears. Who in Mexico has ever seen a polar bear? No, so we try also that to advocate that actually it's about contextualization, no? And to understand, make science understandable in their own context of people, of societies, no? Because this is actually what is it all about, to make this motivation on getting into science and making science really, and make it happen, no? And this, and there I somehow disagree a little bit, that it's, yes, it's of course the voting public, but it's also the students and the children who can make a difference for the voting public, no? And this science communication in-house or in the households is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're seeing it in all the pitches today, this idea of community-specific engagement, knowing who your audience is. Mine's adults, your specialization is youth, and they're all really critically important. I'll just weigh in as well that, to no one's surprise, Canada is heavily influenced by what's happening in its neighboring country to the south. The research on trust in science is developing, and I think we need to do constant temperature checks almost every year now with the speed with which things are changing. In Canada, we're seeing that trust in scientists is still pretty high, actually. In individual scientists and researchers, particularly medical professionals, still looking pretty good. Trust in institutions is the dumpster fire rolling down the street right now that we're seeing. Canada, unfortunately, recently just lost its measles exemption status. We're having big public health crises because of what we're seeing, the rhetoric in the South. And we don't really have time today to get into, as Melanie touched on, conspiracy theories and misinformation and, the hellscape that is social media these days. But these are all really, really important components that many people are exposed to every day that can really start to erode that trust in science piece. Mara, you mentioned this sort of one-on-one engagement being important. I'm curious how you guys go about that in Mexico.
That will take a long while.
In a couple of sentences,
in a couple
if
of
you can.
sentences. There's this, and I'm sure you have them in your communities, there's this natural need for some scientists to just go out and engage communities, and this is what is pushing the agenda, I think. We do it in subway systems. We have activities that we take there and take 7 or 8 minutes because people are transitioning into their next destination, and they can only give us so much time, and they have to give a single idea on those 7 or 8 minutes on science or humanities or social sciences. So that's one way to do it. Going to public schools, taking role models. We need role models. We can barely think of a First Nations Mexican scientists, but they do exist, so they should be on the forefront. Science communicators and professionals should be on the back end, but we should be pushing those role models, and we should be making them able to speak with a very diverse audience. And we can cater to different communities, but then the dialogue becomes important. And this is where I want to talk about a little bit about creating trust.
That's my next question.
That's the
Don't
next
jump
question.
ahead
I
on
won't
me,
jump
Mary.
ahead. But providing science museums, taking the science where people are and not bringing people to the museums, just bring things to that community. That makes a whole difference. And that's what we're trying to do in Mexico.
Yeah, meeting people where they're at, really critically important. I, spoiler from Mario, do want to talk a bit about how to build trust. So there's a quote from a good friend of mine, I can't take credit for it, but Anthony Morgan. He's a really great science communicator in Canada and actually a Falling Walls Engage finalist several years ago, now that I think about it. But he maintains that before people care what you believe, they have to believe that you care, which is something that really always stays with me in the work that I do. And I'm curious, can each of you share an initiative that's helped build trust between scientists and communities, and maybe expand a little bit on what made it work and what happened when trust was put to the test? Badine, we'll start with you.
Sure, thank you very much. That's a very interesting quote and very powerful, actually, because that's actually the thing that is happening on the ground. It has to happen, no, all the days. An initiative we have, and also in Mexico, in Veracruz, is where we adapted climate change education materials to the local context and also the modules of teacher trainings. And there we included local climate scientists. So this engagement of the local climate scientists and even local climate people who people watched up to, no, is very engaging. And to not talk about the polar bears, but about the coral reefs, about the real issues that are happening, no? That are, for example, in coastal region, it's coastal erosion, it's coral bleaching, it's so many other things. And then in the mountainous region, you have other climate impacts that really are so relevant to the people already, no? And then how to approach this is easier to get through the voice of somebody you might know from your community than to have this big picture always, no? To contextualize and to have this engagement on the ground is creating the trust we need for science, and even understand that what is done and what we are experiencing can be related to science and can be solved by scientific solutions, no? And this engagement also leads to student projects that are really assessed and done on the ground and in the real realities, no? And this is what made not only the students, what I just said, but also the whole community believe in the work that is done, no? And we worked always with the public institutions, so public school system, and reached a lot of people, no? With many teachers trained and their students doing these projects in a very society that didn't get in touch with these things before.
Great, Mario.
So this is why Falling Walls Engage is so important. Every single one that applied to this contest competition and the finalists here are the ones that are creating trust in the communities, and that you're having that dialogue. Dialogue is important. More than speaking, we need to be listening. And then after listening, we should be bringing things back to the community and doing them together. Having them at a local context, in the native languages, with role models, being empathic with these persons. People that have already rejected science probably had a bad experience with science, or they were chastised by scientists, but we need to be empathic to bring them back. And we need to know how to talk with them, and we need to be truthful. There are also scientists there. First of all, you have the ones in the ivory tower. They need to go down below their ivory tower, come to the street level. That's where the science engagement is being done. But also we have people that have been they have been treasoners for science. They've created treason, that they made results for tobacco companies that were good or oil companies that were favorable for them. And they were PhD Harvard scientists that were working against the community. So we need to call them out too. We need to show that science has also made mistakes, and that part of the importance of science is also the whole process. It's not about results, it's about the process. If we understand the process, that's an important thing, and that we can have also negative results. That's how we bring communities here. And the last thing I want to say is, you don't trust necessarily a doctor that appears on TV. You trust your doctor that you go to. And then you need to trust your scientist. It's not that person on TV. There might be a conflict of interest on that person. He's probably charging for being on TV. But then that's why street level and everything that you're doing as engagers is very important, because we're doing one-on-one, we're listening, we're having a conversation, and that's the person you're going to trust, not the one on TV. Yeah. So that's what we have. We should be building the trust.
Yeah, and I'm just going to pick up on that piece around highlighting the scientific process. And one thing I think we all need to get more comfortable at is communicating uncertainty. I mean, we saw the rapid pace of scientific discovery and things happening in real time during the pandemic. And where a lot of trust eroded was many people feeling that, the facts kept changing every week. And it's not that necessarily things were changing, it's just that new evidence was coming to light, right? We knew more on Friday than we did on Monday. And, we just had to, I think, be more comfortable living in that uncertainty during that crisis period and explaining that to people in a way that I think we missed. Sylvia. Yes. Same question. What has helped build trust between scientists and communities in your work? What made it work, and what happened when trust was tested?
Right. Thanks, Carrie. I would say our experience in Kenya is relationships matter. So it matters where and from whom the information is coming from. There is trust in science, and in fact, there are several reports which have come out. I think a recent one in Nature saying that there is a lot of trust in science, but then now where the challenges lie is who it's coming from. Maybe you don't trust the public officials because they're corrupt, or you have national or multinational elites who might be perceived or might have ulterior motives. But then if you're speaking with your local scientist, or if you're speaking with your researcher, or people you have in community with, you tend to trust them and believe them more. And in that line of thinking, what I've really seen cropping up in Kenya, especially I'll speak to the urban areas, is where people, and especially young people, they're coming together to have these conversations, to have these discussions, whereby you will maybe meet in a bar in the evening after work, and then you have professionals or scientists or researchers to talk about a specific issue. And because you trust and believe what they're saying, and there is no ulterior motive or maybe a big level representative, you not only tend to learn and engage more, but you come back to listen. You also see a lot of this happening on social media, whereby people are able to create communities and networks with those they believe and value. And we're also trying to do something similar at Mawazo Institute through film screenings and the like.
I want to push us a little bit on this repairing trust when it's been ruptured. So in a relationship, you have a fight or trust is broken, there's this weird period for a bit while you're trying to figure out what repair looks like, right? How do I make this better? How do I repair this relationship so we can move on? And I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts on what that looks like for science. And I can vamp and give examples if you want to do it. I've kind of thrown this at them because it's been playing on my mind.
I can start. I think we heard a lot in this round already about that. No, I think science should be more rooted in the local context, of course, but also in whatever it takes, no, culture, history, relationships, no, also that's a very important aspect of how to engage, and asking for ingredients to make this happen. Actually, of course, transparency, easy access, etc. No, that's the easy part, but I think the most challenging one is actually to go the extra mile. We heard it in the beginning in the morning, to go the extra mile to build the responsivity. And I think the projects we heard today also here, they are so engaging, and this is what we have to actually file and have to fight for. Know that it's not only about being part of science, but making science together. No? And this is, I think, one of the most important ingredients that we are actually doing right now already. No? And thank you for that, and I hope it continues from here.
All right, I can also touch on that, what repairing trust might look like, and I'd like to borrow example from the late Professor Wangari Maathai, the first African woman to win a Nobel Peace Prize. And the work she did around environmentalism and working with the community, you could tell that there was a lot of trust built there, because she kept coming back to the community. She was a member of the community, and the initiatives she had were actually to help and impact and improve their livelihoods, even as she did get into public life as an assistant minister. So when you building that trust over time, people have to see that you actually care about them, you come back to them, and they're also able to benefit from their initiatives, no matter maybe how high you might grow in the ranks. And I think for me, that's an example we can follow, especially if trust has been broken. So some nuggets to look into her work there.
How do we repair trust? Melanie already talked about this at the very beginning. There were some very insightful results from that paper. How many of you had this conversation with people that already had their back on science and just gave up? Has anyone had that experience? Like trying to convince somebody that the Earth is not flat, although they're already convinced? No hands? Oh, okay.
There we go.
Yeah. The question is, should we give up? Is there a point of no return? Or should we just continue putting good money into bad places? That's Carl Sagan asked this question. It has been going on for 50 years, and we have no answer. I think we should continue our exercises on getting those people back on track and gaining their confidence. And as Sylvia already said, it has to be one-on-one or in communities, talking and showing that science gives them results, small results that benefit your community, that make your life better, that money that's coming probably from public funding is benefiting your community, and having that results, even a public talk, any of these engagement activities are good things that come to your community coming from science. So let's not stop doing that. And also, I'm very worried about the whole commercial things about scientific results. As Arthur C. Clarke said, nobody is the owner of a scientific discovery. It should be for the well-being of the whole of humanity, right? Not just for the few. So we should be looking into that.
Yeah. And my 2 cents that nobody asked for, when I think about, real rupture, like science has done some harm in its time to specific communities. I always, the Tuskegee experiments, thalidomide during pregnancy, for example, even in psychology, the Stanford prison experiments, and I reflect on what's changed since then, and I think one of the things is we have to keep talking about it, as uncomfortable as it feels. We have to just acknowledge that mistakes have been made, but that systems and structures have changed since, so that we don't repeat those mistakes. Because if we stop talking about it, history starts repeating itself again, and we really can't afford for these things to happen again. A result of those things is we have ethics review boards now that, recognize that this research will traumatize people or cause harm. Like, no, we cannot do that. Let's find another way. Let's take the learnings that we already have and let's implement those kinds of structural changes. If my phone exploded in my pocket, heaven forbid. Yeah, an apology from the company is nice, but I'd love to know that some changes to the design have been made and to the people reviewing the design. The whole system has been changed such that this doesn't happen again and doesn't happen to someone else. I think those are really challenging conversations that we have to push ourselves on. I am very conscious that we're almost coming up on time and that we're between you and lunch. One of the very last questions I have, like tight soundbite. Do you think there are universal ingredients of trust? Or is it always rooted in local relationships and cultures? Sylvia, I'd love to start with you.
Universal ingredients. I would say a bit of both in terms of, I'll go back to again what I said, relationships matter. And again, I'm just speaking to the context from where I'm from. The science makes sense, but who it's coming from. Can we trust that what you're saying is not going to harm us and you're not trying to get something from us? So relationships matter.
Mario?
Universal would be probably time, bonding, generating that trust and building together, listening and not letting people down. They're trusting and keeping an eye on us, and we should not let them down.
Yeah. Barin?
Yeah, I can add to that. No, it's I think it's constant and early and constant engagement, and this is all what it's about, to build that trust. It's trust for everything, not only on science, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, listening to you, there's a lot of talk of science for everyone, by everyone. We need those role models, we need the visibility. While there's a few common themes, there's perhaps not an overall monolith or model that's suitable to all contexts. There's no one size fits all, because we have to tailor our communications and our engagement to our specific audiences. I want to thank you all for your insights and for reminding us that trust is not a given, which I think in science sometimes we forget. I think facts speak volumes in and of themselves, and that's not always the case. Trust is something that we build over time through consistent and open engagement. And I want to thank Falling Walls for creating space for these conversations and opportunities for innovation and collaboration across borders. I think so often, at least in my experience, the work that we're all doing as engagers in this room is so often seen as a nice to have. Like, oh, that's cute, that's nice. I cannot stress enough how absolutely critical it is to the future of science and society. And so I want to thank Hannover Re as well for supporting Engage and recognizing the value of all these initiatives as we kind of profiled some best-in-class examples here today. Across all of the pitches, we've really heard how communities respond not just to information, but to invitation, to be part of the process, to shaping solutions that reflect their realities and their communities. And that is really where sustainable futures begin, to me at least. Trust is relational, it's co-created, and it's sustained through openness and consistency. We had 30 minutes to basically barely give you a definition of trust. If anyone's interested in learning more, I mentioned I've been hosting a few of these conversations. Those conversations are on YouTube. If you look up RCI Science, we hosted a panel more on public health called Who Do You Trust, which featured Dr. Knock, social media's Dr. Knock, if anyone's familiar, which was really, really great. And another one called Trust Issues, Science, Skepticism, and Showing Up, that was moderated by Anthony Morgan, who gave that beautiful quote that I shared earlier. And of course, the Aspen Institute's Science and Society program has a lovely white paper that came out earlier this year around fostering trust and how we can do that. So I really encourage you all to check that out. And as we leave the conversation, I want to invite everyone here to consider which each of you can do to foster trust in your work and in your relationships with your family, your partners, your friends, your Uber drivers, the people behind you in line at the grocery store or next to you on the airplane if you're headed home at the end of the week. How can we make science not only heard, but genuinely trusted as a shared tool for collective futures. Thank you to our panelists, to Falling Walls Engage, and to all of you for being a part of this global community of trust builders. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you to all the panelists. And now it's time for lunch. So we are back here. We're going to start again at 2. So please be back at 2 for the last round of pictures and another panel that will be very interesting as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Falling Walls Engage is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. Yeah? Good. The artichokes were amazing. I would like you to welcome back on stage Carrie, please, because she has something very special planned for you right now.
Special is a strong word. We have some questionable trivia in an attempt to wake you all up from your very carbohydrate-heavy lunch. This is the fastest round of some questionable trivia I've ever attempted to host in my life. If anyone is curious where we land on the D&D alignment chart, it's here. It's chaotic good, which I think is the vibe for Engage overall. I think we can agree chaotic good is the energy we're bringing to this particular party. The format of this game is pretty simple. In an age of AI and technological advances, we're going analog. I've made all of these questions have binary answers, and if you're able, just a quick show of hands for whatever you think the answer is correct. Now, normally I have at least an hour and lots of teams in which to create sticks and for everyone to get really, really nice and competitive. I have about 9.5 minutes left, and so to maintain this chaotic good energy, we need stakes. So if you, the audience, gets over 70% of the following questions correct, so that's 8 out of 11 questions, I, Carrie Elizabeth Boyce, will personally donate 250 Canadian dollars to the winning Engage pitch project today. I wish it was higher. Thank you. I wish it was higher, but I work in the charity sector in this economy, and that's what we're doing. But if I, the quizmaster, somehow trick you all, and I win, you have to follow RCI Science on the platform of your choice. And if you're not on social media, well done for being healthy. Maybe get a friend, colleague, family member, or someone else who might enjoy science to follow on your behalf. So, do we have a deal? Quick show of hands for yes? Quick show of hands for no? You all understand how to play the game. And I have someone from Falling Walls keeping score for me because I cannot multitask to save my life. Thank you. All right, we begin. with weird animal facts. Question 1. Which Canadian rodent secretes an oil that was once used in vanilla extract? Is it A, the hoary marmot, famous for the screaming meme that you may be familiar with, or is it the beaver, which famously hates to see water running? Show of hands for A, the hoary marmot. Show of hands for B, the beaver. You all win 1 point. It's the beaver. So beavers, if you didn't know this, produce castoreum. It's a yellowish, brownish, edible substance located in their castor sacs, which are found between the pelvis and the base of the tail, sort of derriere region. And they use this to mark their territories. It has a really, really distinctive, kind of musky but sweet smell. It turns out humans have been using castoreum for more than 2,000 years. Mostly to cure ailments like headaches, earaches, toothaches, fevers, and gout. But in the early 20th century, castoreum started finding its way into food products because it has this like vanilla raspberry flavor to it. Needless to say, this practice has fallen significantly since about 1987. I assume because beavers are hard to milk and it's very unpleasant. All right, question 2. Which bird has 4 sexes? Is it A, the sparrow, or B, the warbler? Show of hands for A, the sparrow. You have to commit faster than this. Show of hands for B, the warbler. Oh, it's one for me. It's the sparrow, specifically the white-throated sparrow, wherein a chance genetic mutation resulted in the species evolving an additional 2 sex chromosomes on top of the 2 that they already have. Okay. Question 3. What's older, sharks or Saturn's rings? Show of hands for A, sharks. Show of hands for B, Saturn's rings. Oh, that's split. That's split. I'm going to be generous. It's sharks. I'll give you the point. So the earliest fossil evidence for sharks and their ancestors dates back over 450 million years ago based on these shark-like scales they're found. And even if you're in the audience, you're feeling pedantic, you're like, Carrie, shark-like scales aren't evidence of sharks. DNA and molecular evidence shows that they evolved at least 420 million years ago, whereas data from Cassini, the NASA mission to Saturn, suggests that Saturn's rings are between 10 and 100 million years old. Yes, there are some theories that those rings are maybe as old as 400 million years, but sharks take the win for now. Okay, our next round is it science or science fiction? I'm going to put a word or a term on the screen. You're going to vote on whether you think it's a scientific term or a sci-fi term. The first word is frap. Show of hands if you think that is a scientific term. Show of hands if you think that's a sci-fi term. There's a lot of you in the audience not committing and you're only letting yourselves down. We're going to try that again. Scientific term, hands in the air. Sci-fi term, hands in the air. It's a science term. You guys can have the point. So FRAP actually stands for Frenetic Random Activity Period, and it's what you or I might refer to as the zoomies. It's a lot of words to just say the zoomies, but never met a scientist that didn't love a big, complicated term. We still don't actually know what causes the zoomies, but ferrets, elephants, and goats have also been seen to experience FRAPs. FRAP can also stand for an enzyme or fluorescence recovery after photobleaching, but that's boring and zoomies are cuter, so it's zoomies in my mind. Okay, cyclotron. Show of hands for science. Show of hands for sci-fi. I think sci-fi has that one. It's science. Pictured here is the world's largest cyclotron located in Vancouver in Canada. So this is a type of particle accelerator that propels charged particles in a circular path to smash into other larger particles, to create other elements, to study supernovae and how stars burn. It's a whole lot of physics that I won't pretend to ever understand. Okay, triple point. Show of hands for science. Scientific term. Show of hands for sci-fi. Okay, again, a lot of cautious hands in the air. You've got to put them up high so I can see. I think science won that. It is a scientific term. This is a really, really cool characteristic that every substance has if you can find the perfect pressure and temperature where 3 states of matter, solid, liquid, and gas, exist simultaneously. And here you can see water and cyclohexane at their triple points. And now we get to my most favorite of rounds, some questionable news. So I'm going to put a headline on the screen. And you're going to vote on whether you think that's a real headline that appeared in a media outlet somewhere, or if it's something I made up to catch you all out. Now, I'm not asking you to vote on whether you think the headline is true or scientifically accurate, because we all know clickbait exists. I just want you to tell me whether you think it's a real headline that exists in the world or something I made up. And so, the first one. A sign your fish might be on drugs. Risky behavior. Do we think that's real? Show of hands. Do we think it's fake? Fake news? It's real. Well done. So pharmaceutical pollution is so rampant that scientists have been studying the effects of drugs on wildlife, so much so that they've been exposing young salmon to anti-anxiety drugs. And those exposed to the drugs made it past dams faster, but reached the sea in the same amount of time as the control group. Just as humans do, the fish lose their anxiety. But this means they're also more likely to take risks, like forming looser schools, even as a predator was circling them. And so researchers are wary about what this may mean for their overall survival. This is, of course, the science news story that brought us this headline, where we really object to the use of the word psycho to describe salmon or in a headline at all. All right, next one. Vampire bats made to run on treadmills, revealing the secret of how they use blood. Show of hands. Do we think this is real? Do we think I made this up at Halloween? It's real, my babies. So most animals, including humans, burn carbs and fats for physical activity, but researchers at the University of Toronto Scarborough find that vampire bats, which mostly prey on mammals like capybara, cows, pigs, and horses, make energy from blood by breaking down amino acids. And it turns out that vampire bats specifically are very capable runners, unlike most other bats, which are not. If you're wondering how you test this, you build a tiny treadmill and you pop them on it to see what happens. Okay, germ experts say sharing earphones is as bad as sharing your toothbrush. Show of hands for real? Show of hands for fake? It's fake. I win that one. Okay, we have 2 more. Uranus opens and closes every day to let out hot wind, according to scientists. Show of hands if we think this is a real headline. Show of hands if you think this is something I made up. It's real, and it's proof that you can have fun at work. This humorous interpretation of the bubble that the magnetic field surrounding Uranus creates, which acts as a barrier to solar wind, and how on a daily basis it will allow solar wind to flow into it when it's blowing at the right angle. This actually happens near Earth's poles too, but it's much less frequent, but it can lead to intensified auroras. Okay, last one. Blame sexism. Bloody sexism again. And climate change for making your asthma and allergies worse. Show of hands if we think this is real. Show of hands if we think this is fake news. It is real. You get the point for that one. So in Canada, many of our urban trees are male trees because someone didn't want to deal with the hassle of cleaning up like dropped rotten fruit. Plot twist, male trees are the ones producing the pollen, which causes your allergies and impacts your asthma. And if you follow the logic, if you just planted female trees without the males, they wouldn't be fertilized, so they wouldn't produce the fruit that rots. So really, I just blame men for that one. That was a real drop ball. Check your biases, folks. All right, where's my scorekeeper? How did we do? Audience 6! Well, I'm feeling generous. I'll give the money either way. So I'm excited to see who wins this afternoon. We've got 5 more pitches. Let's wish them all well. And let's not forget to follow RCI Science, since technically I won. At RCI Science on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, LinkedIn, wherever you engage with modern society. Thank you very much. Enjoy the afternoon.
Thank you, Carrie. Now it's time for the last round of pitches. I think they've been waiting the whole day, so can we please have a big round of applause for them, because they're really, really stressed. So this session is on communities for climate action, and it's exploring how grassroots action, local knowledge, and creativity builds resilience. So science engagement empowers people to combine lived experience with evidence to co-create solutions that protect the place they call home. And now, let's discover the first presentation.
Breaking the wall of restoration with indigenous knowledge. Nondas Ferreira da Silva, Instituto New Era, Brazil.
So, welcome to Breaking the Wall with Restoration with Indigenous People. My name is Nondas, I'm from Brazil. I am a forest engineer and also the founder of the Institute New Era. It's a non-profit organization which supports indigenous and traditional community to restore the ecosystem and to restore hope. Now, imagine a place bigger than France, UK, and Germany together. This is the Cerrado, the savanna of Brazil, my home. Cerrado is one of the 36 global biodiversity hotspots and also home of 5% of all species in the world. It also regulates South America's rainfall. However, 50% have been already destroyed. It's a huge biodiversity that it's been gone forever and faster than Amazon. It's been destroyed by forest fire, illegal logging and deforestation, monoculture, mining, and also soya production, bringing my people to face thirst and migration. And the people who have protected this land for centuries, indigenous and traditional community, are often excluded from restoration and development process. So I ask, what if restoration could also restore dignity and income generation? So, our solutions combine ancestral knowledge with social inclusion. We use a technique called muvuca. Please repeat with me, muvuca. Great. This is an indigenous word that means mix of seeds that we sow in the soil. With this technique, we can engage and also restore through science and ecological movement. We have been already developing 400 capacity building training, 400 people training through 48 capacity building. And also empowering youth and elder to become active agent for restoration. So far, we have restored 50 hectares and planted over 50,000 trees. We also have been recognized as a good practice by the Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, through the framework for ecosystem restoration monitoring. We also have partnership with some Germany organization. And that's me, with a jatoba tree. It was a seed like that I planted, and in 1 year, it becomes a tree bigger than me. So, developing capacity building with traditional communities, it's also about bringing happiness to them. Engagement, sharing knowledge between different ages, adults, ancestors. It's bringing knowledge for where sometimes educations don't reach, but action reach them. So here you can see a little bit about our work and this training with them. But we just not only train them, they also teach us a lot, and mainly how to take care of nature. Well, our goal is to scale up our model and to restore 10,000 hectares by 2030 and creating more than 2,000 green jobs and double women participation. And when I see young people collecting seeds with pride, when I see indigenous women leading restoration, I realize that we are not just restoring land, we are restoring belonging, we are restoring identity, and we are restoring the future. I dream with a word that restoring nature is also restoring ourselves. And I believe that restoring nature, it's believing in a future that dreams can come true, and you can be part of that. Obrigado.
Yeah, do we have questions? I think Mario, yeah. Do you really need a sign now?
Thank you, Nandas, for also incorporating traditional knowledge with science. I have two questions.
Okay.
So you're working with First Peoples, native communities. What made your communication with them easier? That would be the first one. And the second one is, can you tell us more about Muyuca, in the sense that what is this mix of seeds and what is this giving nutrients, that particular blend, giving nutrients back to the soil?
Okay, so the first part is the communication part. Well, I'm lucky to be part of the community. So the indigenous communities are part of my people, of my ancestor. So this is also facilitate the communication, but also developing communication skills that are usable, understandable for them, and using also methodologies that we bring also visualizations, graph, infograph. But I think the most important thing is to create the opportunity for them to use the restoration as a source of income generation, so they don't need to migrate for looking for a job and stay in their place. The second part is the muvuca. So the muvuca, it's a mix of seed. And why this mix of seed is important? Because we are talking about biodiversity. Everyone in this room is different, and every seed it's part of the ecosystem. Some of them will germinate, some of them will not, but they will serve as food for animals, ants, and also as nutrients for fertilizing the soil. And sometimes some of them will germinate in the first year, sometimes in the second year, but we are doing what nature does, spread the seed.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to know who's getting the courses, who's applying for the courses, and is there more engagement after they have the courses on their own? Can they work with that? And how is the evaluation you have?
Yeah. So we first started this capacity building 5 years ago through a UN project in my region. However, through this UN project, we are also developing a business model with them. And now those communities, they are joined together and building cooperatives, so they can also keep doing the work, because companies must compensate the deforestation that they are doing. We must scale up restoration if we want to have a future. Brazil is also hosting the COP30 now, and they will look to the global leaders will look to at each other, and they will say, we fail. And yes, we fail, but we are the generation now, and we don't want to fail. So we are also developing this business skills with them, so they can run it. Nowadays, we have 2 traditional groups in my region, the Geraizeiros, traditional communities, and the Chacriabá, indigenous group, that become seeds networks. And they also receive the capacity building, but they are also now contacting the companies and the governments directly, so they can also support restoration, not only in your land, but also in other parts of Brazil that needs restoration.
Well, thank you. It's an excellent project. I really love it. I just have two questions. One you might have already addressed it, but I want to ask it anyway. Like a lot of restoration project, how do you make sure that the resource site won't suffer from the similar threats and degradation that happens before, like because it can be a loop, right? And how have you conducted any monitoring of the restore site, like let's say for the biodiversity, etc., and how does it differ from the original natural undisturbed area? Do you have those data?
Yes, the point now is also a question for indigenous people. What we're going to do with this forest afterwards. So what we are doing is transforming this forest in agroforest systems. So systems that are really similar to the nature, but they also implement species that these communities use. So it restores, and in the same way, it generates some kind of products for them, fruits, herbs, and also seeds. And we also do monitoring. So after implementation, we keep monitoring to see the vegetation rate, how is the forestation is going, if we need to do it again in the same area. And in Brazil, we have 12 million hectares to be restored by 2030. So we need to mobilize more than 20,000 seed collectors. So it's a lot of people, but it's working.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's discover now what is the next presentation about.
Breaking the wall to empowering community climate action. Sylvester Weeks, Operation 232, Sierra Leone.
So after consuming this bottle of water, dump it in the trash, eventually it ends up in the landfill. This is the reality we face in Sierra Leone, and also it ends up in the road and clog in the different waterways. So a study shows that 130,000 of tons plastic waste annually like Sierra Leone produce, and which 84% of this waste is mismanaged, and less than 10% of this waste is recycled in Sierra Leone. And also we get to understand that 40,600 of these tons of plastics are annually found in the waterways, and it's clogged, where it causes flooding. More especially we experience the rainy season. And people lost their properties, their lives, and also people get to suffer because of all these ideas that they are not well informed. And also, there are zero incentive programs for people to participate in this kind of project. And people also do not have the awareness for them to understand that they should be a responsible citizen, even though they do not have this incentive, but also to ensure that they also add value to their environment, and also to add. And also for them to ensure that they contribute to nation's development. So these are solutions where mostly people consume this bottle of waters, and also we have a lot of sachets of plastic that people use, more especially Sierra Leone, Nigeria. We also use all of these. And most especially the mentality and the attitude, people think and just throw it away, do not know the impact of all these plastics in the environment, until it gets to a point where we start experiencing the rainy season, because we only have 2 seasons. And now these disasters start happening. So our solution is where we have access to this plastic. We collect the PET and different plastics, and we work with independent collectors and people that we hire to work with as well within the different communities. And we also try to implement the smart bin. The smart bin helps with smart sorting, wherein it identifies human errors. And this mostly happen, you can find them in public places, but we're trying to launch it fully for every corporate offices to have access to it as well. It's a 4-bin, and it's programmed with ultrasonic camera, and it also has an AI that we design an actual different waste, plastic, paper, metal, and solid waste. So when you scan it, automatically it detects the kind of waste, and only that bin open. You can force to open the other bins, it will not open as well. And when we're able to track most of this waste and we collect them, it goes directly to the trash collector. From the trash collector, it goes to the recycling plant. And from the recycling plant, we have another product that we have a recycled plastic with an upcycled cloth that has a barcoded technology on it. This helps also to change the behavior and raise awareness with locals in Sierra Leone for them to engage more with this bag because it helps them with points. Whenever they access this bag, it helps them to create a membership. And when they build a point up to 1,000, with the different partner shop that we have, it could be waived for $50. So whenever they want to access the shop, they do not need to pay anything. They automatically waive with those points, and it also helps them to understand that they should not be using plastic, engaging with this bag fully. So it's like an incentive for them. So before you can see the impact on the landfill, which also will help to improve the health, the public health by reducing 50% related waste illness. We also look at how we can increase awareness and also change behavior through reducing plastic by engaging with those bags. And we are able to reach like over 15,000 plus community members where we have been able to create awareness campaign workshops and also partner with different stakeholders. Also, the environmental impact wherein we have been able to reduce the plastic and also give people idea that the impact of plastic by introducing this bag and also the cleanups activities that we mostly do in different communities, and also partner with the Ministry of Tourism where we provide the manpower and also they provide resources where we clean all those beaches. So it gives us an idea that we are contributing to nation development as well. So after you can see how it's sorted, and we increase employment opportunities by over 115 plus green jobs by working with local independent collectors, which they collect plastic all around Freetown. We pay them after we weigh it. And we also work with people that we hired. These people that we hired, more especially they are women. They work in our local recycling plant, and community members that we eventually train and work with through our different outreach programs. We reduce the CO2 emission by replacing burning of plastic to recycling plastic. Okay.
I think go to the slide if you want.
Okay.
Yeah. So can we have the mic, please?
What are some of the learning?
Thank you.
Okay.
I was hoping someone would do that. Thank you.
Yeah, the learning when we come to understand that community-driven solution yields stronger results. At some point, we try to project our solution into community without understanding the actual problem. So we get to engage, follow the community, and we even give them chance to be part of the project by co-create the solution together, by also, the recycling, system, how to design it. So at least they feel fulfilled that they're part of something or they're part of the solution as well. Because at some point, people have been doing this project, it has not been successful, knowing that they can project their idea into community without understanding the actual problem, which the people know their problem, so you can fully engage with them and try to solve the problem with them together. Yeah. And also, we believe technology complements but not replace human effort. We get to understand that 75% of tracking mapped out of these different routes that we use to get collected all these plastics, but we have to ensure that the facilitators for the operation to reach out door to door to ensure that people also are continuing segregating these practices to ensure that they keep recycling their plastic and we're able to collect them on time. And also time investment is crucial. It took us more than 3 months to do onboarding into these different communities, but end of the day, participation rate, was up to 35%, which of them even currently working with us as well. So it takes time for them to understand our models and methods, and also we get to understand exactly their own concern and how we can blend all the solutions together and get them on board. So this is why the time investment is more crucial in our onboarding in different communities. And the surprises also we get to learn, where even youth enthusiasm as well. We initially started with 5 clubs in different schools in Freetown. Now we actively have 12 clubs. And most of these youth are leading cleanups, activities in their different community and awareness campaign, and gives us an idea that youth are more actively involved in this project and to ensure that we all be part of the solution together. And the unexpected government interest, 4 of our workshops, local council representatives were present, and also at some point they were willing to collaborate with us to ensure that we have waste management policies, which they also can be able to give us the chance to contribute to national development. And the resilient in low resources community, in as much we have, we do not have enough incentive that reach out to different community, but our door-to-door facilitation helps also for us to be able to reach out to people and be able to collaborate with them to ensure that, you know, we get most of this waste and we're able to pass on the education to them. They can be well informed.
Yeah.
Unexpected government interest. I mean, those smart bins, I assume they are not cheap. Yeah,
yeah, sure.
And does this government interest lead to the fact that they invest in those smart bins and then place them all around, or?
No, yeah. Sorry, actually they have not invested in the smart bins yet, but we want to partnership with different banks and different governments. So at some point, you know, where we can also, you know, get more resources to sustain what we're working on. Yeah.
Any idea how many smart bins you have already placed?
No, so far we know we have not launched all of them fully yet, but we have done a prototype, you know, that has been able to collect more of the data and is working accurate. We don't have enough resources to scale it up.
Okay, oh good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Mario.
So together what was already asked, so this is a very complex collection and production line. It requires a lot of investment. I want to understand where it stands right now and how much plastic you have already gotten into a second use.
So we have gotten over 1,500 of tons of plastic that we have been able to use for the bags and also, you know, in the recycle process. And hold on. In the recycle process, and and also those plastic, when we have those plastic, the way we create the job, we sell it to local manufacturers back in Sierra Leone, because we get to understand, for example, Miller Tank, they get most of their resources out of Sierra Leone, that they also do the water tank where you store water and rubber chairs that they use for occasion. So we sell these plastics to them and ensure that we support local economy as well. And with the money we take it, we have to pay our staff and ensure that we know sustain what we're doing.
I think we're good. We don't have time for more questions. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. And now let's listen to the third pitch of this third block.
Breaking the wall to link microbes and climate-smart farming. Pooja Manandea, Nepal Bioscience Research Laboratory, Nepal.
Nepal, an agricultural country and a land blessed by nature, home to tallest mountain in the world, rich forest, fertile soil, and incredible biodiversity, including microorganisms. But when climate change strikes, these blessing turns fragile. Agriculture collapses, forests burn, and livelihood disappears. These were the conditions that I witnessed, and it demanded action. When I started, challenges were numerous. Environmental challenges like drought, degrading soil, biodiversity declining, weak carbon sequestration, accelerating climate risk, scarcity of fertilizer, especially the environment-friendly one, and it also contributed to the deterioration of the soil health and also people's health. Socially, convincing farmers to leave conventional farming practice was tough. Women and marginalized groups were often excluded from opportunities. Economically, no or very little funding made it difficult. Politically, it was even more challenging because we do not have a structured policy for implementing climate-smart practices. Yet, I did not see the challenges as barriers, but saw them as an opportunity to innovate. I came up with an innovative solution, the climate-smart sustainable agriculture approach. It was implemented in Nawalparasi, one of the fire-prone districts of Nepal. Through this, forest waste or forest biomass, once fueling forest fire, was managed and treated scientifically using windrow composting method, converting it into a nutrient-rich organic matter to which native, agriculturally beneficial microorganisms were added to develop eco-friendly biofertilizer, which is returned back to agriculture. We transformed forest waste into a resource for soil fertility, and it created circular economy and new entrepreneurship opportunities. The results spoke for themselves. Forest fire was reduced by 70% and enhanced biodiversity and soil health, boosted agricultural yield by 40% and hence food security. Waste is now of value and so is managed very carefully. The communities became the real drivers of climate solution. A community-run biofertilizer production unit was established under the leadership of women, and it provided green job opportunities for more than 400 people and also reduced youth migration rate. Women gained financial independence and were funding their children's education. We demonstrated a scalable, sustainable climate-smart farming model which connected science with communities. We also conducted the very first national conference on climate change and sustainable waste management where science made policy and already impressing many policymakers. Involvement of students in the project was impactful. People understood climate solution is not a distance theory, but could be practiced in their field, in their forest, and of course in their communities. We practically demonstrated that by transforming waste into a regenerative agriculture, Nepal could restore its soil, develop an alternative to harmful chemical fertilizer, fight climate change, and develop a resilient future. It was overwhelming to receive requests from so many communities and government bodies to replicate this model in their areas as well. It's great that Nepal is a habitat to so many beneficial microorganisms that I even built a mini library of these microbes for sustainable agriculture. Very surprising was to see a 90-year-old grandmother explaining and thanking for climate-smart agriculture. She shared food regained its taste and earthworm reappeared in her field. Most satisfying was to make people understand that Earth belongs not only to we humans, but also to animals and other creatures, and so we need to protect them, to protect our nature, to protect ourselves, and minimize climate risk. Food security cannot exist without climate resilience, and agriculture cannot thrive without sustainable land management. Nepal may be small, but its action shows that local innovation can have global impact. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the jury? Yeah, well, I was counting on you.
So thank you, Pooja, for this is very innovative, I think. Are you transmitting knowledge on the biofertilizers, how to use them, or the chemistry behind that? These are two very different things. So are you teaching them to use it, or what the science is behind that? That's the first question. The second one is, what traditional knowledge from your communities went into creating the biofertilizer?
Thank you for the question. Like what we are teaching them is we don't actually teach them the whole biology behind them, because when we do that, they become really bored. So what we teach them is like we created a demonstration plot, and then like the forest biomass were unmanaged and it was fueling forest fire. So what we did was we collected those forest biomass and then treated scientifically, converting, like stabilizing it. And then I also isolated and identified microorganisms native to that place. And I did mass production of that microorganisms in my laboratory. And then I took it there, and we taught them how to use that, in a sense that like how to dilute it with water and in what ratio it should be mixed with the treated fertilizer, converting it into a biofertilizer. And the traditional knowledge is that like they were like previously also they were using compost, but in a manner which was not scientific. So they know what is compost. They knew that when something gets rotted, it it becomes compost. So we actually use the same principle, but in a more scientific way, so that like after the development of the product, we used it in the field. Like previously, they were very hesitant. They did not know that some microorganisms could do that, but after they saw the results, they were convinced, and now they are practicing the same thing. Yeah.
Yes, over there, please.
Well, quite often I'm not usually comfortable with the word teaching. I like engaging. So my question would be, what are you learning from the community?
Sorry?
What are you learning
What
from
are
the
you
community?
learning from the community yourself?
What did I?
What do you learn from the community?
From the community, I learned that when you join hands together, it really becomes strong. Like I saw how they were working as a team, and that was the major factor for the successful completion and implementation of the project. Yeah.
Any other question? Jury members? The audience somewhere? Yes? Yes? Over there.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. I really liked it. I wanted to ask you, how transferable is this approach? So I understood that you're working now in Nepal. Can we transfer it to other places? Are there species that you have found endemic to Nepal?
Yeah, sure. Like it is a very replicable model, and as I also said in my presentation, that many government bodies are also approaching us, and we are replicating it to other provinces of Nepal also, and it is also replicable to other places where they are facing the same problem in like deterioration of the soil health due to the climate change. So it is really helpful. Thank you.
I think we had another question from the audience, so I was just showing. Jury members. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. So Mike, it's really at the bottom of the room.
Thank you for your talk.
Thank you.
I have two questions. One, if you keep taking out forest biomass from the floor, won't the forest soil degrade at some point? That's the first thing. And the second is, it looked like you were using open compost heaps, which in turn would have methane emissions. So have you thought about closed systems, such as anaerobic digestion? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Like for your first question, like when we do the collection of the biomass, we make sure that we are not emptying the forest. So when we are collecting, we normally do for the invasive plant, and also if we are doing other like forest biomass, we leave certain portion in between so that it helps in retaining the soil structure or held soil together, so that it do not cause deforestation or erosion problem. And for second question, like we did the open windrow composting aerobic process. It is like firstly why we did this is because it is one of the mostly accepted one, and like we did not go for the anaerobic process because it is more costly than the aerobic one. So like, and also like in the place where there is not much facility, it's a little bit difficult to maintain anaerobic conditions.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm like trying to get you at the right place. So you can continue the discussion at the break. Thank you very much. Thank you. Only 2 more pitches before the end of the day, so let's discover the next one.
Breaking the wall between science, art and community. Thomas Soares Merlin, Hannover Re Foundation, Portugal.
Thank you. Before talking about the wall I'd like to break, I would like to talk a bit about the journey and how I frequently bash my head on this wall. When I was younger, I went to a state school and was fortunate enough to have enthusiastic science teachers that encouraged me to pursue science. And as you can see, this school is very diverse. However, during my degree, this wasn't the case, and it persisted during my PhD. So how can we change this? Well, we know that informal learning, such as science outreach, genuinely encourages children to pursue STEM careers. But there's a problem. Typically, science outreach attracts those who already have the scientific resources. So we're not getting those or reaching those that need the engagement, just reinforcing the existing inequalities. This is what Science on the Wall does. Science on the Wall is a project that encourages children's curiosity in STEM, using art as a medium. We're based on 4 key pillars. We're science-themed, where we have a scientific objective, and we use art to convey that. We're culturally relevant. We listen to what the community's interests are and what their identity is, and we use that to shape the scientific activities. We're community integrated. We work with local professionals, musicians, artists to help produce these activities. And finally, we're location-based. We don't expect them to come to us. We go directly to the location. This project started in Cova de Moura, a neighborhood in the peripheries of Lisbon, where the majority of the people have Cape Verdean heritage and unfortunately face a lot of racial and socio-economical marginalization. Over the 4 years, we've worked with neighborhood associations and after-school clubs and have created over 24 activities. And having measured before and after our activities, we generally see an increase in STEM engagement. Many of our activities have a focus on sustainability in the environment. To highlight on a few examples, we've worked with local wind energy startup producer, Anthony Santos, and it's important to provide visibility to role models in the neighborhood. We've also done social neighborhood exchanges, working with Ecolista, who did litter picking in the neighborhood, and then we hosted a fashion show for the children with the upcycled litter. And finally, we've recruited biologists and ecologists to provide activities and engagement about the environment. They've also installed compost piles within the neighborhood. Each one of our workshops aren't just science, but they leave something tangible, be it screen-printed bags to take home or art murals like this one. They aren't just science activities, but they're sources of scientific pride, empowerment, and storytelling. But our impact extends beyond these examples. Over the years, we built a network within Cova de Moura, within Lisbon, and even beyond. In fact, we've learned that we have to be consistent with our scope. And often, we have to transfer opportunities. For example, when the British Council reached out to us, providing English lessons, that's not science, but we were able to create synergies and partner with other associations. We've also realized the importance of community ownership. When the community have a stake in Science on the Wall, the impact's far greater, be it with locations that are familiar, locals that are teaching. And finally, most importantly, is looking at the scalability and the growth. Having reflected on that, we've done most of this on low budget, low costs. And over the years, we've refined protocols to show how we can implement events in a sustainable manner. In fact, this made us aware that the way to produce Science on the Wall is making this a science outreach model open source, so other people can adopt Science on the Wall in their community with other scientists, building a global network of Science on the Wall. Because after all, we're not just breaking the walls between science and underserved communities. We're breaking the walls to ensure that in this scientific transformation is driven by diverse voices that reflects everybody's needs. Thank you.
So we're going to start with Melanie. Yeah, I know it's surprising, but
You're not fast enough today. Thank you. That was a really nice presentation and an interesting project. I just wondered if you could say a bit more about the impact that this has had on the individuals in the community and some numbers of what's happened to things and people.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, it's had a massive impact. Like, it started off with just a few PhD students talking to a local musician about the neighborhood. And originally we started off in an after-school club with maybe like 5 or 6 children, but the word spreads and children talk to their friends and family that live in the neighborhood. And after that, the network grown. In terms of statistics, we started taking evaluations and recording how many times children have continued to come. And in fact, we know that 84% of students remember activities lasting over 3 months and 64 over 6 months. We did this by asking them to recall things that they learned from previous events that they've attended. Thank you.
Another question? Mario, I think.
Can you tell us more about the disciplines you have been bringing to this community, science-wise or humanities-wise?
Yeah, so they're mostly science-based. And we've actually done a range of science themes. What's really important is that's not just scientists imposing themselves in the community. We actually have people from the community that are part of our core team. So before we talk with them and we go to the after-school clubs and associations and we brainstorm, we discuss what interests you in science as like an initiation point. And then after that, we will then brainstorm more ideas and we'll think about other professionals, musicians, or dancers that can be involved with our activities. And some of the themes have been health and well-being. So this summer we did a workshop all on movement. So we worked with, there's a type of dance called Funana, music Funana, and we worked with members in there to help, present that. And then we talked about the science of locomotor control to the kids in a more informal way, of course. We've also done sustainability with like energy of the sun being a source and stuff. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, quite an interesting approach. I've done a similar project on street art at biomedical science, and I'm willing to learn from you because measuring art is quite complex. I understand the impact that you might have on those who are participating, most especially the children. On the other hand, there's another variable, which is the public audience. I don't know if you've got any insight in how the art affects them and all that. I'm willing to learn from you, as I said.
Yeah, that's a great question, because there's many different depths of impact and evaluation. I think, we have looked at the number of people that have attended our events, and if it's events that we've directly started, it will be in the order of 300 plus. However, if it's events that we've collaborated in, there'll be a few times people would have reached us, and it would be in the order of 1,000. But I think it goes beyond that. For instance, when you have murals in the neighborhood, that's for the public, and children can walk past that and say, "I made that," and share that story to their families or their friends in the neighborhood. There's a sense of permanence there. And I agree, that's hard to measure, but I guess it's timeless.
One more? Yeah, wait, here, please, Abraham.
Yeah, quickly. And one thing that I've realized that it's not just that, it also has to do with, for example, in my experience, it's the number of selfies, music videos done using that, mural. I mean, it's one thing that we've been able to measure, but it would happen later on when the project is over. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a nice idea. I like that, how using social media to see the views, how that reaches out to the wider public. So yeah, thank you.
So, here, sorry. Sorry. The mic, yeah.
Thank you, this was an interesting project. I wonder how, if I remember right from the description, you're mostly younger scientists approaching the community. What do you think, does it play a role, how important it is? Do you relate more to the community being younger instead of this, senior expert?
One more.
Yeah, so the core team that are part of Science on the Wall are PhD students. But we collaborate we recruit other volunteer scientists that are more senior, more mature. And we've done a few away days where they've come to Hannover Re Foundation and actually met experts, professors, and had that opportunity to really ask professionals and have that.
Stop. Thank you. Well done. It's always so hard to stop them. So now it's time, we're going to have a panel after the pitches, but it's time for the last pitch of the day.
breaking the wall of exclusion from climate science. Sydney Max Etienne, grown in Haiti, Haiti.
Haiti is losing more than just trees. We're losing soil, seeds, and the connection between people and land. Much of what is thought about our culture is not rooted in our reality. It comes in a language that most people do not speak and leaves us dependent on things we do not have. When I returned to Haiti, I had almost no resources, no funding, just a vision. I let the land and my neighbors guide me. We learned that mulch builds soil, saving seeds season after season grows independence, and hand-dug swells hold rain during heavy rain. Hold water during heavy rain, excuse me. I apologize. So we learned that hand-dug swells hold water during heavy rains and saving seeds season after season grows independence. I let the land of my neighbors guide me. We learned, oh, I am so sorry. Do you guys mind if I start over? All right. This is a phobia. I apologize. Oof. Haiti is losing more than just seeds. We learned that. Oh, this is terrible. All right. Haiti is losing more than just trees. We learned that we're also losing soil, seeds, and the connection between people and land. I am so terrible at this. When I returned to Haiti, I had thank you, I'm so sorry. When I returned to Haiti, you notice I've been preparing a lot. I have one more. I'm so sorry.
What is the project about?
Okay.
What is the project about?
The project, I am...
Grown in Haiti. What's its name?
Grown in Haiti. All right.
What does it do?
We created a space where people can reconnect with the land through...
Trees.
Okay. We created a space where people can reconnect with the land.
What do you do? Just tell me.
I'm sorry.
Just tell me.
I'm just panicking.
It's okay.
And with each other, through hands-on learning, seed sharing, and the adaptation of local knowledge with regenerative practices. We teach in Haitian Creole using what is available, not what is imported. We grow trees and we grow understanding through workshops, community planting, and a Creole guidebook written for farmers, not institutions. Like many places around the world, our land carries memory. Regeneration begins when local people are trusted to restore it in their own ways. At the heart of it all is relationship between people and land, between knowledge and language, between what we know and what we grow. We measure impact by what people learn, adopt, and pass on. In the last year, 36 people were trained in Haitian Creole and real plots. Our farmer support program helps 20 growers with seeds and simple toolkits in exchange for adopting regenerative practices. Our seed library now holds 50 locally adopted seed varieties that move through neighbors first. The clearest sign is that knowledge is being shared, peer to peer. We still track trees as proof of recovery. And since our start in 2014, we've planted well over 25,000 trees, only counting those that survive. But the breakthrough is not only the trees, it's in the people that now carry the methods to care for them. Jacqueline, a young neighbor, harvested jackfruit from a tree he received from our nursery well before ours had even flowered. Gagne, an elder, harvests canistel daily and shares saplings with adjacent communities. These are signs that the approach is owned locally and can scale in place. One of the biggest lessons is that people do not need to be convinced. They need to be included. When knowledge feels real and reachable, people engage and they take initiative. We began with children thinking that they would grow alongside the trees, but now it's often the elders that come first. They want to see their community flourishing again before their time comes. This reminds us that sustainability does not exist without community. I had to unlearn a lot. But the land of my community taught me the most. Plots that began as barren fields grew into small forests and living seed banks. What made the biggest difference was not money or outside expertise. It was presence. Day after day, listening, observing, and working with my neighbors. I want to I told you, stage fright. Thank you for your patience, everybody. I'm so sorry.
So we have a question here.
I have a few questions, but I'm going to start with one, then I'm going to let you ask another one after me. So, okay, you said you returned to Haiti from, I assume, from
New York, from overseas.
Okay,
yes.
so what prompted you to go back? Why did you want to go back to Haiti, and what was the need that you saw?
Easy answer. I got tired of talking about the problem. I wanted to be a part of the solution. Being in New York, you hear a lot of things going on globally, but being in such a tight space, working all the time, having so many responsibilities, it's kind of hard to act on these talks. So one day I literally just packed up my things. I was like, all right, let me start being a part of the solution. And I went back home because that is the only place that I know where I can actually progress in this kind of work without, I guess, too many red tapes or needing permits or whatnot. Yes.
And what was the problem?
Well, at first I thought it was deforestation because when you're in the States or overseas, you hear that Haiti has 1% of forestry left, but they don't tell you that it's pre-colonial forest. You know, the world does not actually count secondary forests. It doesn't count orchards. It doesn't count any of these things as forestry. So I went back home thinking that the country was just completely devoid, and as you've heard, Haitians eat trees. And I wanted to go back home and celebrate the abundance that there actually is, the diversity that there is, and the fact that we are all here working together to regain what we know as our country.
Did you have a question, Mario? Or no? Okay, we have a question in the audience. If the jury doesn't have any, we can, okay, yeah, get the mic.
Hi there. So I know this story, but I'm going to frame it as a question so the rest of people can hear it. Tell us how you ended up getting here and your journey with regards to Hurricane Melissa. We'd love to hear it.
Well, that is a good question because part of the work that we do is to mitigate issues like hurricanes. You guys have heard of Hurricane Melissa hitting the Caribbean recently. I actually drove a motorcycle 12 hours through the tail end of the hurricane to make it to the Dominican border because there are no planes flying, there are no boats traveling, just to eventually make it here. So it was quite a long journey, and along the road, I was able to witness the impact of regeneration against devastation. And yes, like in my neighborhood, we barely had much of an impact. The trees held the soil in place. We didn't have much erosion happening. A lot of our farmers did lose their crops, but there's still more that can be grown. We don't have to worry about not eating for the next couple of months while we lost our crops because the trees are abundantly full of fruits.
So there's this global trend of leaving the rural areas and going into the urban areas to search for jobs and things like that, opportunities, whatever that is. What have you found in your community through this agroforestry, and what roots are they building again with their native soil?
That's a great question. And you're right about that. A lot of people do leave the rural areas, especially in places like Haiti, because you know, the peasantry population is often used as a joke. And a lot of people feel that to be somebody, you have to be in a city setting. Since I've been there, I've noticed that a lot of my neighbors are actually nurturing their kids to stay home and progress locally instead of leaving and never coming back. One thing I've realized also is that my presence has helped people be more independent and believe in their capacity a little bit more, in the sense that we no longer have to rely on outside sources when natural disasters like this happen. We're able to bounce back a lot quicker than how we used to.
We have time for, wait, yes, sorry.
In thinking about impact, one of the things that you said was that I think you planted like 25,000 trees,
Yes.
and then you just spoke of some more great things that have come out of your work. But what would you say is the greatest impact now that you've been back in Haiti?
Oh, it's in the people. You know, again, planting trees, like you hear reforestation projects planting 1 million trees in a day, but nobody ever tells you the impact of what survives. So the 25,000 trees number is really just what we know survived after a period of time. We don't count things that just get in the ground and forget to be watered, or a goat eats it, or whatever it may be. Like, that is irrelevant to us.
Thank you. So thank you to the speakers for their amazing pitches. So the pitches are done for today. You will have the announcement of the winners at the award ceremony together with Venture and Lab. It's at 6:15 at the Room Curie, so it's 2 floors up. But before we continue, we're going to have a panel at 3:15, so it's in 5 minutes, with the Museum for Natuurkunde. But we're going to take group pictures before. So if you're in the audience, you have time to go quickly grab a drink. If you're a speaker, so jury member, speakers, so finalists, partners, advisory board member, and hub managers, please come to the stage. We're going to take group pictures. So let's meet back in 5 minutes and come all to the stage, please. And thank you and well done, everyone, again.